type of moon. Meet with Tasaka makes the most sense. I promised to meet Tasaka. It may have been her dictating to me, but she probably has something to talk about. And she does. I buy lunch and head to the rooftop. The rooftop is typically packed with other students when it's warmer, but it's deserted in the winter chill. Although winter in Fuyuki is comparatively warmer, the rooftop gets unbearably cold. So the only people exposed to the cold wind are myself and... Tasaka, shivering in the shadows. Sorry I'm late. I felt bad, so I brought you something to make up for it, but I guess you don't need it. I show her the warm canned coffee I bought, and put it back in my pocket. I did it because I felt like it, and come on, go a little further over there. It's windier over here, and people might see us. I hand her the canned coffee as I head towards the back, where we won't be seen. We won't be as conspicuous here, and there's no way anyone from the fourth floor would see us. By golly. Got it. If I remember next time, that is. So why'd you call me here? Considering our meeting where there's nobody else around, I assume you want to talk about you-know-what. Yeah, you're right. So what's up? Jesus Christ, if you just don't get to the point, you want to make everything a fucking event, let's go. Huh? Well, it's cold. I want you to make this short. Aren't you cold too, Tasaka? And you're still not to the point. Yep, I figured. I was just stating the obvious, so she really doesn't need to yell at me like that. After school, I don't really have any plans, honestly. If I need to help out the student council, I'll help. But if not, I'll go to my part-time job. Why are you looking so confused? If you have something to say, just tell me. I'll try to address it. And again, I'm sick of hearing how inexperienced of a mage I am. I'm actually sensitive about that, so don't bully me. What? A bounded field at school? Hold on, a bounded field at school? Does that mean... I also need to double check and make sure my audio is working. I think it is, but like every time I don't check, yeah, it's good. Now that you mention it, I felt a little strange 2 days ago, but that was that why? But that means there's a master at school.
そう、確実に敵が潜んでいるってわけ。分かったエミヤ君。そのあたり覚悟しておかないと死ぬわよあなた。
My relaxed demeanor fades and I tense up. So you know who this master is, Tasaka?
いいえ、当たりはついてるけどまだ確証が取れてない。まあ、うちの学校にはもう一人魔術師がいるってことは知ってたけど、魔術師イコールマスターってわけじゃないから。あなたみたいな素人がマスターになる場合もあるんだし、断定はできないわ。
Yep, that is my stream alert, which I want to get rid of now before it gets too late. I'm still a mage and not a complete amateur, and hey, hold up. Did you just say there's another mage at this school?
そうよ。けど、そいつからマスターとしての気配は感じないのよね。真っ先に調べに行ったけど、霊樹もなければサーバントの気配もなかった。よっぽどうまく気配を隠しているなら別だけど、まずそいつはマスターじゃないわ。だからこの学園に潜んでいるマスターはシロみたいに半端に魔術を知っている人間だと思う。ここのところさ、微量だけど私たち以外の魔力を後者に感じるのよ。それが敵マスターの気配ってわけなんだけど。
But that's not enough to track. A master who's not a mage, huh? You must be very sure if you're bringing it up. I believe you, but I don't know. I didn't know there were so many mages in our school.
そんなにって私とその子だけだって。魔術師ってのは家柄を大事にするでしょ。こんな狭い地域に2つの家系が根を張った場合、どうしても好意になるものなのよ。
Is that what happens? But I didn't know anything about your family.
エミヤ君ちは特別。エミヤ君のお父さん、教会から離反した一匹狼だったんでしょうね。たまたまこの町が気に入って根を下ろしたんだろうけど、冬木の町はうちの管轄だからさ。私たちにバレたらもらうものもらうことになるし、それが嫌で隠れてたんじゃないかな。
What the heck do you mean about taking everything from him?
気になる？それは将来シローが一人前になったら取り立てに行くから期待してて。
Jeez, what a facade you put up. Some honor student you are, you imposter.
あら、いけない？外見を飾るのだって魔術師としての義務でしょ。ほら、私は遠坂家の跡取りだし、火の打ちどころのない優等生じゃないと天国の父さんに顔を合わせられないのよ。
What, your father?
ええ、私が子供の頃死んじゃった。ま、十分長生きしたから天寿は全うしたんだし、別に悲しんだりはしてないけど。
Tasaka smiles as if saying that's just how it goes when you have a mage for a father. But that's a lie. You're sad when someone dies, all the more if that person is your parent. Saying that it can't be helped because someone is a mage is no excuse just to gloss over it.
まあ、そうね。エミヤ君の意見は反論できないぐらい正しいわ。
As she says that, Tasaka opens up the canned coffee she's been using as a hand warmer until now. She drinks her coffee in small sips. I'd expected her to take a big gulp, honestly, but she's pretty feminine when it comes to things like this.
話を戻すけど、ともかく冬木の町に魔術師は2人しかいないの。他のマスターは外からやってきた連中か、魔術をかじった程度でマスターに選ばれたっていう変わり種でしょうね。
Is that so? So according to Tasaka, on quite the irregularity. I got that. But if there's a master who barely started learning magecraft, they probably wouldn't know or wouldn't be able to create a bounded field like this one.
マスターが貼ったんじゃなくて、サーバントが貼ったのかもね。サーバントは自分のマスターを選べないもの。シローみたいなマスターに当たってしまった場合、サーバント自身がいろいろ策を練るしか勝機はないでしょ。
Probably. I hate to think of it that way, but I can't argue.
はい、素直で結構。で、結界の話に戻すけど、この結界はすごく高度よ。ほとんど魔法の領域だし、こんなの貼れる魔術師だったらまず自分の魔力を隠しきれない。だから間違いなくこの結界はサーバントの仕業だと思う。
Caster. Work for a servant, huh? That must mean the master isn't as dangerous.
まさか魔術師にしろ一般人にしろ、そいつはルールが分かってないやつよ。マスターを見つければまずまっすぐに殺しに来るタイプの人間ね。
Huh? Not know the rules? The rules of the Holy Grail War?
違う、人間としてのルール。こんな結界を作らせる時点でそいつは自分ってものが分かってない。いいシロ、この結界はね、発動したら最後結界内の人間を一人残らず妖怪して吸収する代物よ。私たちは生き物の胃の中にいるようなものなの。魔力で自分自身を守っている私たちには効果はないだろうけど、魔力を持たない人間ならわけもわからないうちに衰弱死しかねない。一般人を巻き込むどころの話じゃないわ。この結界が起動したら学校中の人間は皆殺しにされるのよ。わかる？こういうふざけた結界を準備させるやつがこの学校にいるマスターなの。
My vision blurs momentarily. I take a deep breath so I can make sure I fully comprehend what Tasaka's trying to say. But it stops there. I attempt to imagine the worst possible outcome, even if my imaginings may fall short, and I can keep that image deep within my heart and accept the position I've been placed in. I get what you're trying to say. So Tasaka, can't we try to destroy this bounded field?
試したけど無理だった。結界の規定は全部探したんだけど、それを消去できないのよ。私にできるのは一時的に規定を弱めて結界の発動を先延ばしにするだけよ。
So as long as you're here, the bounded field can't fully be formed.
そう願いたいけど、それも都合のいい願いでしょうね。もう結界は張られていて、発動のための魔力は少しずつ溜まってきている。アーチャーの見立てだとあと8日程度で準備が整うとか。そうなったらマスターかサーバントかどちらかがその気になればこの学校は地獄になる。
Then before that happens,
この学校に潜んでいるマスターを倒すしかない。
server ping? Ah, EO. Got it. Understood.
けど探すのは難しいでしょうね。この結界を張られた時点でそいつの勝ちみたいなものだもの。あとは黙ってても結界は発動するんだから、その時まで表には出てこない。だからチャンスがあるとしたら
When they come out, right?
ご名答。まあそういうわけだから今はおとなしくしてなさい。その時になったら嫌でも戦うことになるんだし、自分から探し回って敵に知られるのもバカらしいでしょ。
The metallic sound of the school's bell rings out across the frozen rooftop. Lunchtime is over.
話はそれだけ。私は寄るところがあるから家には一人で帰って。寄り道は控えなさいよ。
Tasaka leaves with a casual bye. This doesn't feel right to me. Learning that masters may attack other masters is enough to make me anxious, but a bounded field around the school. But now there's a possibility that innocent people might get dragged into this too? That's not what masters do. That's just what a mass murderer does. So we need to find whoever set this bounded field up before it's activated. Find them and destroy them utterly. Ugh. I shake my head, trying to ignore the words that pop right into my mind. I never wish for this. Wishing for bad guys to show up so I can defeat them is not what I do. The end of the day, or end of day homeroom ends. The end of day homeroom ends. That is such a weird phrasing. I don't like it. Let's just say homeroom ends. And students start to file out of the classroom. Normally, I would go to the student council room, but I decided to go home since Tasaka told me to. The gate is still locked. Alright, it's been a while since I came home this early. I usually help out doing odd jobs or go to my part-time job, so it's rare for me to come straight home from school. I usually find the gate unlocked and Sakura preparing dinner inside. I've gotten so used to that after a year, I've forgotten how important coming home early can be. Even the simple act of opening a locked gate makes me realize how thankful I should be for Sakura coming here. I'm home. I step into the hallway as I call out. The moment I enter the living room, I see the blonde girl. For a split second, as I see Saber, I feel like I've been hurled into a dream or some sort of fantasy. She calls my name in a quiet voice. I finally come back to reality. Oh, Saber, sorry, you surprised me, popping up so suddenly like that. Just for an instant, I mistook her for a normal girl rather than Saber. Oh no, I just got confused. Don't worry about it. But how are you feeling, Saber? You said you were going to sleep a lot, so does that mean now you're... Got it. You have a point there. You get a headache if you sleep all day, and I'm sure you're not sleeping because you're sleepy. Don't you? People don't typically do too well if they sleep a good chunk of the day. In my case, I'll get woken up by a headache, so I can't sleep for more than half a day. That doesn't sound particularly efficient, Saber. Sleeping all day would be a waste. Wouldn't it be more fun to wake up and play if you weren't sleepy? Right? You may have been forced to do this because you're with me, but once your contract with me ends, you should go back to your normal lifestyle and cycle. It may not be my place to say, but if this becomes a habit, you sleep all day, people might start thinking you're lazy. She thinks about it and furrows her brow. I thought this was a just idle chit-chat, but Saber doesn't really seem to get jokes. We move to the living room. Saber looks like she wants to know what happened today, so I decide to tell her about the bounded field at school Tasaka warned me about.
そうですか。学校に集まる人間を生贄にするつもりなのですね。そのマスターは。
To be blunt, probably, yeah. Tasaka said it needs more time, though.
同感です。それほど大規模な結界の完成には時間がかかる。学校の校舎というものは封鎖しやすい建物ですから、おそらくそれだけの規模な結界を完璧に起動させるには早くて10日は必要です。
10 days. I felt something strange 2 days ago, on Saturday. So that means we have about 8 more days. That lines up with Tasaka's estimate.
はい。その結界が生贄を集めるものであれ、守りを固めるものであれ、完成させては厄介です。それまでに結界を張ったマスターを見つけ出せれば良いのですが。
Yeah, Tasaka said it would be challenging, but it should be easy to identify someone if they're lurking in the school. We need to do everything we can to find them and make them stop the bounded field. The chances of them being someone from school are pretty high, considering where they set up their bounded field. A student or teacher. Starting tomorrow, I'll search the school as thoroughly as I can during lunch and try to find anyone suspicious. Other than that, we'll need to figure out what kind of servant they have with them. And again, we'll only know that once we found them. Then the only other thing I can do right now is to think about the servants I've encountered already. Saber's awake, so now's my chance to ask her about them. Okay then. I'm pretty sure we already know Hercules. But she does have considerable knowledge about Lancer that I don't seem to have. So that should also be like something I probe into. Hold on. Go back to streamer mode just so I'm back. I got a weird thing. A friend request that I wasn't expecting. So I had to investigate. Ask about Lancer. That guy. I didn't save either. I should ask about the very first servant I encountered, Lancer. Saber fought with him, and it looks like she figured out who he was. Hey Saber, do you know who that Lancer guy is? Yeah, when you fought him off, you said something about Ireland. So I thought maybe you'd figured out his identity. I was told it can give you an advantage, but why do you look so pleased, Saber?
シローが戦う気になっているからです。正体を知った相手ならば対策が立てられる。まず弱点が分かった相手から仕留めるのは戦いの常道ですから。
I don't intend to seek out someone to fight if they haven't done anything wrong, but it'll only derail a conversation if I bring that up now. So about Lancer's identity, from your tone, it seems like you know, Saber.
はい。あの構想と全身に帯びたルーンの守り、加えて戦いではなく生き延びることに特化した能力から言って間違いはないでしょう。彼の神名はクーフーリン。魔装ゲイボルクを操るアイルランドの大英雄です。
ゲイボルグ。Kukulin? Never heard that name. Again, I'm going to use the Japanese pronunciation just to make it easier to understand. It's Celtic. I understand that. We're just gonna move on, though. Then again, I don't know much about Irish mythology. So this Cuchulainn guy strong?
この国では知名度が低いですから存在が劣化していますが、それでも十分すぎる能力です。こと敏捷性に関してならば他の追随を許さないでしょうし、彼の宝具はこの戦いに最も適した武器だと思います。
His noble phantasm. Oh, you mean his spear? Now that I think about it, that thing was moving really weirdly. Is that what the gay bulg is all about?
おそらくはゲイボルクの伝承は諸説あります。
Go on.
曰く足で投擲する呪いの槍だとか、貫いた瞬間に内部から線のトゲを生やして相手を絶命させる魔装だとか。
1,000 spears. Oh, that's two different legends, isn't it? How can you call it a legendary weapon?
ですから続きがあるのです。ゲイボルクの能力は様々な形で伝えられていますが、その全てに心臓をうがつという一節が残っている。それは武器としての能力ではなく、あくまで持ち主の技量だと思っていましたが、間違いだったようですね。魔装の正体、ランサーのゲイボルクの能力は文字通り心臓をうがつものです。
Oh. Now when she brings this up, I vividly recall the scene. That night, the spear thrust at Saber's feet that suddenly changed trajectory, heading straight for her heart instead. That means his spear is...
ええ。使えば必ず敵の心臓をうがつ魔装なのでしょう。空間をねじ曲げているのか、因果率を変えているのか。ともあれ、槍自体の呪いとランサー自身の技量でしょうね。こと1対1の戦闘においてこれほど効率的な武器もありません。
Yeah, in single combat,
何し
sure.
ろ全く無駄がない。
Practical? What's that supposed to mean?
わかりませんか。ランサーの槍は城を破壊することはできませんが、人間一人を殺すだけなら十分です。
Yep.
宝具というものはその規模によって消費する魔力が変わります。
Low cost, low energy, but very effective.
A ランクの宝具を持つ者はその使用に大量の魔力を消費する。一度使ってしまえば失った分の魔力補充には時間がかかるのです。ですが人を一人、いえサーバントを倒すのにそれほど強大な破壊力などいりません。ランサーのように一撃で仕留められるのであればそれ以上の戦果はないでしょう。
So what you're trying to say is that it would cost less to shoot a single arrow than a cannonball.
はい。ですがサーバントには弓矢など当たりません。結果としてサーバント同士の戦いは大砲の撃ち合いになるのですが。
The Lancer's gay bulb, while it may only look like a single arrow, can potentially be fatal with just one strike. Because it's not just a graze, but a fatal strike through the heart.
そういうことです。加えて使うための魔力量もそう多くない。あの程度の魔力消費なら7回使っても魔力の補充は必要ないでしょう。ですから彼の魔装はこの戦いに適しているのです。通常のサーバントは数回戦闘すれば休まざるを得ません。ですがランサーならば6人を続けて相手にすることもできる。まあ1対1であることが条件になってきますが。
In other words, he may not be a flashy servant, but he can manage a solid win. But he's using a lot of unnecessary and impractical moves. He was toying with me when he fought me.
ですね。ランサー自身、村っ気のある人物のようです。非常な人物ではありましたが、どこか憎めない一面がありました。
I might agree, but I still shouldn't let my guard down. The guy stabbed me in the chest as casually as if it were cutting grass. Neither Berserker nor Lancer are the type to hesitate about using weapons they wield. So about the other servants. What? You can sense something like that? Oh, crap, it's already so late. This is bad. Sakura must be back. The doorbell rings, and from the front entrance, I hear Sakura's voice. Saber, sorry, but... Saber goes back to her room. Almost as if switching with Saber. Sakura walks in, laden with shopping bags. Sakura walks in, smiling happily. So Sakura psychs herself up and heads to the kitchen. You don't have to worry about it since it's Tasaka's turn today. You'd prepared breakfast for us, so leave dinner to us. She and I will handle dinner while Tasaka's staying here. Sakura quietly sits down. I hear a fiery, boisterous sound coming from the kitchen, but I see nothing of Tasaka. I guess I can trust her. I should stay in the room until dinner's ready, considering Saber's waiting there. I'm going to rest in my room. If Fujine comes, tell her she should prepare a bath for herself for a change. Yeah, oh, by the way, don't forget to knock when you come to my room. It's a little before 6 o'clock. I figure dinner will be ready around 7 o'clock. I return to my room and find Saber sleeping in the room next door. Bummer, I thought I could talk to her a little more. I click my tongue in disappointment and sit down. Wait a minute, what am I thinking? There's nothing else I can talk to her apart from the Holy Grail War. Besides, I don't know how to act around Saber. Oh, well, if she's asleep, I'll just let her rest. I mutter to myself and stare at the back of the clock. Stare at the hands of the clock, sorry. Last night, Saber, Tasaka, and I ate dinner. But today, Sakura and Fujine are in the mix as well, making it 5 people. Oh, actually, Saber can't join. As long as Fujine and Sakura are around, I can't have Saber come out of her room. I wonder if Saber ate breakfast. Last night, Saber was nodding while eating her dinner. Based on her behavior, it's not like she doesn't need food. I didn't prepare lunch for her, so she must be hungry. Once Fujine and Sakura go home, I should warm some dinner up for Saber. She'll have to eat alone, but there's nothing we can do about that. It's just... imagining Saber eating by herself is making me mad. I need to reset my character because for whatever reason it is like off kilter and it's driving me nuts every time I look over. There we go. Much better. Fantastique. Tasaka knocks on my door and peeks her head in. Tasaka, what's going on? It's already that time? I pick myself up, glance towards Saber's room, and head into the hallway. I forgot they couldn't do Chinese meals. Fujine dances excitedly around the table. which is laid out with dinner. Now that she mentions it, it does all look to be Chinese dishes today. 4 big plates decorate the table, crab meat with egg omelet, shredded beef with bell peppers, a vegetable stir fry, and some fancy meat I've never seen before, and for some reason, a plate full of steamed shumai. Salad has been served on individual plates for everyone, and the setup seems to have been well thought out. It's pretty extravagant. Fujine loves it. This is a surprise. I thought you'd make something Western.
本当は洋風を考えてたそうですよ。けど中華料理は誰も作らないって言ったら、なら私が作るって。
Why would she set out to do something no one else does? Hey, Sakura. You and Tasaka came home at the same time. Did you two go shopping together or something?
はい。遠坂先輩、弓道部が終わるまで待っててくれたんです。それで帰り道がてら、二人で買い出しに行ってました。
I had no idea. Looks like you two are closer than I thought.
そうですね。遠坂先輩とは学校でもよく話してましたから。私のどこが気に入られたかわからないんですけど、入学した頃から親切にしてもらってます。
Huh? So Tasaka really is a nice upperclassman?
おしゃべりはいいから早く食べよう。私もうお腹ペコペコだよ。
Fujine sits down excitedly.
だってさ、二人も早く座ったら。中華物って冷めると犯罪的にまずいんだから。
Some would argue that's not the case, but I understand. Tasaka sits down after she tells us to do the same. I sit down without a word. Everyone bows and thanks Tasaka for cooking and then starts eating. Whoa. I hate to admit it, but it's good. I've never cooked Chinese food because I've always thought it all tastes the same, but Tasaka's dishes make me realize it had all just been bias on my part, and I find myself regretting that.
うわー、すごいすごい。こんなにご飯を美味しくさせる料理は久しぶりだよ。遠坂さんに100点をあげましょう。ありがとうございます。先生のように素直に感想を言ってもらえると私も嬉しいです。はい、私も中華を見直しました。辛いのって苦手なんですけど、すごく美味しいです。
Sakura looks pleased, seeming to enjoy the food too. After seeing anyone's happy faces, Tasaka she turns to face me, her face triumphant. Well, you look like you have something to say.
別にみんなに気に入ってもらえてよかったなって。まあ若干一名素直じゃないのがいるけど、それはそれで楽しいからよしとしましょう。得意分野で負けちゃった気持ちはわかるし。
Yeah, I get it. You made me cook dinner last night because you wanted to assess my cooking.
はい、今日の教訓は手の内は常に隠しておくでした。
Tasaka returns to her food, looking exceedingly pleased with herself. Dinner is a bit livelier than expected. Sakura and Tasaka are acting like a good upper and underclassmen, and Fujine is now completely on Tasaka's side. Well, I have no complaints about getting to enjoy a good meal. There are no complaints, but I can't feel unreservedly good about sharing a meal with everyone here. I stand up.
何しろ、トイレ？
No, I just forgot something. I'm going to bring them now. So wait. The moment I step out of the living room, I lock eyes with Tasaka, who is looking at me silently. I just didn't think it was right. That's why. I didn't like the fact that I was making her sit alone, even though she's living with us. So without really considering the consequences of my actions, I take her hand.
シロ、 突然何をするのです。
Just come with me. I'm going to introduce you to everyone.
正気ですか。待ってください。それは。
I'm bringing you out because I am thinking straight. Come on, let's go. We can deal with whatever happens after.
シロ。
I'm still dragging her along by the time we reach the living room. Sorry, Tasaka. Can you add one more plate for her? Tasaka doesn't object. But Fujine and Sakura are looking at Saber in confused astonishment. I know it's a little late, but I want to introduce her to you all. Her name is Saber, and I'm going to be taking care of her for a while. As you can see, she's a foreigner and not used to living in Japan, so please help her with that. The two don't react. It's understandable, but I can't really find it in me to carry her right now. Come on, sit over here, Saber. It's better when you eat with everyone.
それは確かに効率的だとは思いますが、私は。
There's no need to be bashful. You're going to be living with us from now on, too. If we're going to live together, we should eat together, too.
はい。シロがそう言うのでしたら、私は従うだけですが。
Too late! Ah. My ears. My ears are ringing.
一体どうしちゃったのよ、シロってば。遠坂さんだけじゃなく、こんな子まで連れ込んじゃって、いつからここは旅館みたいになっちゃったのよ。
What? It's fine. This place is as big as a hotel anyway. There's no big deal to give up a room or two. If you're okay with Tasaka staying here, then Saber should be fine too.
いいわけないでしょ。遠坂さんは認めるけど、そんな得体の知れない子なんて知らないもん。一体どこの子なのよ、その子は。
Who? She's a distant relative. I don't really know the details of what happened to her, but she came here looking for help from my old man.
そんな作り話信じられない。大体ね、仮にそうだとしても、どうしてエミヤの家に来たのよ。キリツグさんに外国の知り合いなんているはずな。
She can't say that with any confidence, and she knows it. My old man traveled constantly, so he probably had more friends from other countries than Japan.
ないとは言い切れないけど、それにしたっておかしいわ。あなた、何のためにここに来たのよ。
Well, that...
シロは黙ってなさい。セイバーさん、私はあなたに聞いてるんだけど。
Saber is silent. I don't blame her. Saber doesn't really have a backstory, and she's not cunning enough to go along with my lies.
さあ、私はキリツグの言葉に従っただけですから。
I guess she does.
キリツグさんがシロを頼むって？はい。あらゆる敵からシロを守るようにと。
Ever so quietly, Saber says it with such straightforwardness and clarity that there's no room for anyone to protest. And even if it was really a lie, it will become the absolute truth in Saber's mind. Even Fujine can't argue with her. But she stands up with a frown and glares right at Saber.
いいわ。そこまで言うんなら腕前を見せてもらうんだから。
Fujine drops this on us all out of nowhere. To the dojo! And, with a sound of whooshing wind, Fujine takes us outside. And then she takes a bamboo sword, a shinai, hanging on the wall and continues glaring at Saber. Okay. What the hell is Fujine thinking?
あなた、シロを守るって言ったわね。なら少しは覚えがあるんでしょ。私に剣を持てというのですか。そうよ。あなたが私より強かったら許してあげます。
けど弱かったら家に帰ってもらうからね。
構いませんが、それはどういった理屈でしょうか。
シローを守るのは私だもん。シローが一人前になるまで私がずっとそばにいるんだから。
Saber doesn't seem to fully comprehend what Fujine's intentions are. Then again, none of us do.
だから私より弱いやつはいらないの。
あなたが私より強いって言うんなら私より頼りになるでしょ。それなら少しはシローを任せてもいいわよーだ。
Fujine swings her shinai around with a pout.
わかりました。あなたを納得させればよいのですね。
そうよ。けど私を納得させるのは大変なんだから。
No sooner has Fujine said that than she practically leaps forward, rushing towards Saber, brandishing her shinai. Whoa, Fujine, this is ridiculous. She goes in for a surprise attack. Even though she hasn't given Saber a shinai yet, this tiger has no business calling herself a teacher if she's going to pull something like that. Saber stands there in a daze, taken aback by Fujine's surprise attack. Fujine swings for the body.
あれ
Fujine tilts her head in confusion. Well, yeah. We're all dumbfounded and we're just watching, so it must it must be even stranger, like the mystery of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon for Fujine, since she's the one who experienced it firsthand. Saber's still standing. The only difference is that she's now holding the shinai Fujine had in her hand in a heartbeat earlier. I don't know if this is for real, but it definitely happened. Saber isn't even holding the shinai she took in the ready position. Fujine's frozen in her tracks right in front of Saber. Fujine is a kendo expert whose skill is supposedly unmatched. The experience probably made it clear to her that Saber is on a completely different level.
構えろというのでしたら構いますが、そこまでしなければわからない腕ではないでしょう。
Fujine staggers back and drops to her knees.
勝負はつきました。認めてもらえましたか？
Fujine slumps her shoulders and droops her head low. Just when I think she's about to retreat quietly. Fujine starts to cry so loud it starts to hurt all over all of our ears. In the end, it took 2 hours to calm Fujine down. Fujine gestured to Saber saying, "We need to talk." And then went into my old man's room. They were in there for 2 hours. She finally came out looking unsatisfied and mumbled, "I guess we've got no choice but to acknowledge her." She'd only nodded in resignation. Sakura, though, was silent the whole time. It was getting late, so Fujine wound up taking Sakura home, but Sakura didn't say a single word. She just bowed and went home.
それじゃあ私も別棟に戻るわね。
That's all Rin said. Come to think of it, Tasaka's been quiet all this time, too. Sorry about that. I bet you're thinking I did something stupid again.
別に。ただあなたのしていることは心の贅肉よ。そんな余分なことばっかりしてたらいつか身動きが取れなくなるわ。
She waves goodnight and heads off to the outbuilding. I'm exhausted. I should probably sleep early today.
待ってくださいシロ。私もあなたに聞くべきことがある。
Sure, what is it?
なぜ私を皆に紹介したのですか？私もリンの言う通り、シロの行為は不必要だと思います。
No real rhyme or reason. I just didn't like how things were going, so I introduced you to everyone.
シロ、それは答えになっていません。何が嫌だったのか言ってもらわなければ。
Saber draws closer to me. Was what happened tonight really so strange to her? The hell do I know? I was just eating and I didn't like knowing that you were all alone. If anything, I thought we'd have less secrets to worry about since Fujine and Sakura knew about you.
それはあまり意味のあることではありません。むしろ彼女たちに私の存在を知らせるのはマイナスです。この屋敷なら私の存在は隠し通せるのですから、私は待機していた方が良かった。
Better in what way? Is she saying she's better off being ostracized when the rest of us are all eating? It's not true. You may be fine with it, but I didn't like it. And that's not about logic or sense. I look away from Saber. I'm going to go to the shed, so go ahead and to your room. She doesn't answer. I turn my back on Saber, who seems unconvinced by what I said, and make my way to the shed. I step outside. The tranquil yard is lit by a pale moonlight. The winter sky is clear enough to see the stars above me. I sigh, hardly realizing I'm doing it. Tasaka's right. I'm contradicting myself. I'm heading to the shed to avoid Saber's room. But I don't want to leave Saber alone. I'm having a hard time interacting with Saber as a member of the opposite sex, but I can't ignore her on a human level. It's no wonder Tasaka gets disgusted with me and my contradictions. Crap. I thought I was only inexperienced with magecraft, but I'm just genuinely immature, too. I absentmindedly look up at the night sky. The night drags on. My inexperience is all the more reason I can't skip out on my training. All I can do is keep on believing that if I work hard enough, I might someday attain something. February 5th. A night passed. After getting ready just like I would in any normal morning, I headed to the living room and greeted by the most complicated breakfast table scene of my life.
ごめんさくら。私バターダメなの。そこのマーマレードちょうだい。そうなんですか。遠坂先輩、甘いものは好きじゃないような口ぶりでしたけど。まさかそんな女の子はいないわよ。糖分は嫌いじゃなくて取れないだけだってば。油断すると見えないところが増えるの。甘味どころは週に1回にしなくちゃ。
Once a week. Jesus Christ.
なのにマーマレードなんですか、先輩。朝は糖分取るの。それにね、少しぐらいは甘いものを口にしておかないと後のカウンターが怖いでしょ。そっか、食事を2食に減らしても食べる量が倍になったら大変ですからね。そういうこと。黙ってればよく食べるわね、セイが。ちっこい体のくせに桜の実の量じゃない。
Are you saying Sakura eats too much?
そうでしょうか。私は平均だと思いますし、さくらが口にしたパンは私を大きく上回っていると思いますが。
Christ.
そんなことないです。遠坂先 先輩もセイバーさんも私もみんな仲良くトースト2枚じゃないですか。
いえ、厚さが違う。1センチに対して2センチですから、さくらはよく食べています。成長期ですし、栄養を取るのはいい。瓶も1枚だけと言わず、残さず食べてはどうですか。
だからダメだって言ってるじゃない。さくらと違って胸に栄養がいくわけじゃなし、朝からそんなに食べたら増えるっていうの。ただでさえ朝は食べない主義なんだから、これでも譲歩してるのよ。登坂先輩、先輩の前でそういうことは。
増えると言っていますが、なぜ具体的な表現を避けるのですか、リン。
だから目に見えないところの話。ああ、さくらは目に見えるから除外だけど。
She doesn't count.
だからそういう話はしないでください。
I take a bite of my crispy toast. My brain just can't follow the situation unfolding in front of me, so I just stay out of it and focus on my toast. There's nothing for me to really add to this anyway. I guess I worried over nothing. For the time being, the three seem to be getting along. Tasaka's the same as always, and Saber's warmed up to the girls as a good bit more than last night. Sakura still seems a little hesitant around Saber, but it doesn't look like she dislikes her. I'm concerned that Fujine's not here, but I'm sure she'll come tonight. Last night must have done a number on her. But she'll probably come by for dinner, and I think she'll be in a better mood by then. Breakfast ends, and I start cleaning up.
先輩、本当にいいんですか？後片付け任せてしまって。
Yeah, it's the least I can do. You have to get going to your club, Sakura. Considering what happened yesterday, you should probably go.
それじゃあ、お先に失礼しますね、先輩。
Sakura bows to Tasaka too, leaving the living room in a hurry. Now there are only three of us. With Sakura gone, the people remaining all share a common secret.
それでは私が失礼します。何かありましたら声をかけてください。
じゃあね、セイバー。シロは任されたからこっちの留守をよろしく。
はい。白を頼みます、リン。
Saber bows quickly, then returns to her room. Well, there's nothing to do here anymore. So she's probably going back to sleep to conserve energy. Honestly, is fighting the only thing she thinks about?
当たり前じゃない。シロもね、そろそろやる気見せないとセイバーに愛想をつかされるわよ。まだ傷が完治してないとはいえ、いつまでもおとなしくしているような子じゃないでしょ。
There's a clicking sound. What Tasaka has to say worries me a bit, but she turns on the TV.
またこのニュースやってるんだ。
The TV plays the morning news. I just listen from the kitchen as I wash dishes. But it's the same story I've heard before.
新都の方でガス漏れによる事故だって。バカな話。そんなのあっちだけじゃなくて、こっちの町にだって起きてるのに。
What? Hold up. What Tasaka says there is pretty worrying. Tasaka, what do you mean by that?
だから原因不明の衰弱でしょ。何の前触れもなく意識を失った人間がそのまま昏睡状態になって病院に運ばれてるって話。もう結構な数になってるんじゃないかな。今のところ命に別状はないらしいけど、この先どうなるかは仕掛けたやつの気分次第でしょうね。
What? Wait. Hold up. Is she saying that this incident isn't just happening a town over, it's happening here too? Unexplained comas? a good number of victims. No, but the main issue is, Tasaka, don't tell me you think a master did this.
じゃあ他の誰の仕業だっていうのよ。いい加減慣れてよね。あなただってマスターなんだから。
I'm readjusting because I was a little uncomfortable there. That's okay. Oh, criminelli. Okay, maybe so, but why didn't you tell me this before, Sasaka?
こっちの件はそれほど簡単じゃないから。学校で結界を張ってるマスターは三流だけど、こっちのマスターは一流よ。相手を死に至らしめることはせず、命の半分だけを吸収して力を蓄えている。そりゃ集めるスピードは遅いけど、その代わりに魔術師としてのルールには引っかからないし、無理をする必要がない。このマスターは遠く離れた場所で町の人たちから生命力っていう最も単純な魔力をかすめ取っているわけ。
From a remote location, can someone really collect magical energy from a distance?
よっぽど腕の立つ魔術師なんでしょうね。シントとミヤマ、2つの町をフォローする広範囲の吸引なんて大がつく魔術師の技だもの。いや、それともよっぽど優れた霊地を確保したのかな。冬木の町には龍脈らしきものがあるって父さんも言ってたし、そこに陣を敷けば生命力の搾取ぐらいは簡単か。
Hold on, Tasaka.
父さんの書庫にそれらしい資料はなかったし、あるなら大師傅の書庫か。やだなあ、あそこ今でも人外魔境だし、できれば遠慮したいのに。となると綺麗に聞くしかないか。あ、いやダメダメ、あいつに借りを作るなんてもってのほかだわ。
Tasaka, hey. I try getting her attention, but she doesn't respond. Great, Tasaka's off in her own world. When we get to school, she's still distracted. The gate is packed with arriving students beginning another typical school day. But I sense there's something off. Yesterday I passed through the gate without noticing, but today I do now that I'm on my guard. It's hard to explain, but there's this feeling that things are too calm. So much so that it numbs one's instincts. You're right, the air feels different in here than outside. It smells like sweet honey.
へえ、シローにはそう感じられるんだ。あなた、魔力感知は下手だけど、世界の異常には敏感なのかもしれないわね。
Tasaka begins pondering.
にしても甘い蜜か。例えるならウツボカズラとか。なかなか言えてみようじゃない。
A carnivorous plant. That's disturbing.
そう？シローの直感は外れてないと思うけど。だってこの学校、結界っていう蓋が閉まったら中の生き物はみんな食べられるんだし。
She sees right through me and I gulp.
やっぱりね。わかりやすいから楽しいわ、あなたって。
Whatever. Well, I don't like it.
怒らない怒らない。シローの言いたいことだって分かってるから安心なさい。あなたは学校の生徒を巻き込みたくないと思ってるし、私だってここを戦場にするのは願い下げ。ならやることは一つよね。
She's testing me. Tasaka's trying to tell me that this master I'm willing to fight in the Holy Grail War is sort of willing to hurt innocents to win. Which is why they're here at the school. I know. We need to find the master who set up this bounded field and take care of it. And if they say they're not going to take down the bounded field, then we just need to defeat them.
そういうこと。ちゃんと理解していてくれて安心したわ。じゃあ、私は結界を張ったやつを探してみるから、シローは不審な場所をチェックしといて。 私も一通り回ったけど見落としがあったかもしれない。シロはそういう得意点を探すのに向いてそうだし、餅は餅やってね。
Sokka waves and runs towards the school building. Hey, don't just leave me hanging. What kind of places are suspicious, Tasaka?
だからあなた風に言えば空気が甘いところよ。蜜がベッタベタに甘いところを探せばいいの。
Tasaka yells her reply to me from across campus. Then she disappears into the school building. What the hell? Why would she need to run in there like that? Oh. The bell for homeroom rings. That's why. She should have at least warned me. I clutch my bag and start running at full speed. After all that happened yesterday, I don't know what Fujine will say if I'm late. It's lunchtime. Temporary though this break from classes is, students rush back and forth across the whole school. Okay, it won't look suspicious if I wander around now. I wolf down my lunch and head into the hallway. This really isn't the time to say I've never done anything like this. The war has already begun. So now I need to look for anything suspicious, like what Tasaka was talking about in my own way. I guess the first place to look would be wherever there's not usually anyone around. Let's see. I just hope I can make some progress without wasting this 1 hour lunch break. After I've searched the building, I take a look outside just to be sure. I didn't see anything strange in the athletic fields or behind the buildings, but this area seems different. Don't tell me this is... I found a few suspicious spots around campus. Behind the stairways, dead ends, empty classrooms, and other less public places. This place is different. Everyone gathers here every day, so it's a far cry from isolated, deserted places I've checked. How did I not notice this earlier? This place is the most bizarre place of all. I clutch my chest as I speak. The atmosphere here is suffocating. The heavy wind and humid air make being here at all damned uncomfortable. As soon as I realize what I'm smelling, I find myself getting nauseous. Tasaka said that there should be base points for bounded fields. I don't know how many there are, but I think the first must be somewhere around here. If I'm right, there should be some inscription or sign of it somewhere. It's no use. I don't have the ability to detect magical energy, so there's no way I can find any signs of that bounded field is even formed. Phew. I guess I have no choice but to report back to Tasaka. Who's there? I whirl around when I hear that voice. There, standing in front of the Kyoto Club dojo, is Shinji. Shinji grins. Shinji Matao seems genuinely pleased with himself. See what? I don't see anything around here. What? Shinji, don't tell me. Shinji's so blunt about this, not an ounce of hesitation. He's a master and not at all shy about it. Don't tell me, you're a master, Shinji? Shinji giggles. From what he's saying, it's clear he's a master, but...
がマスターだって知って驚いてるんだ。意外なのはお互い様ってことで少し話し合わないか。
Chat. I don't mind, but what are we going to be chatting about?
そりゃあ今後のことさ。さっきも言ったけど僕は戦うつもりはないけど他はそうでもないんだろ。だからさ、いつか来る災難に備えておかないと不安じゃないか。一人じゃ不安だけど二人ならなんとかなると思わない？
Is Shinji asking me to team up with him?
ま、こんなところで話をするのもなんだろ。誰に聞かれるかもわからないし場所を変えよう。そうだね、僕の家がいい。あそこなら遠坂の目も届かないし襲われても安心だ。
Go somewhere else. Are you crazy? Lunch break's almost over, so if we wanted to talk...
バカ、授業なんてサボればいいじゃん。ほら、いいから行こう。エミヤがマスターって知って嬉しいんだから、あまり水を差さないでよね。
There's no reason to go. People would be suspicious if we skip class.
ち、融通が効かないやつだな。ああ、そうか。それはそうだよね。普通は警戒する。けど安心しなよ。何があってもこっちから仕掛けることはないさ。ほら、僕が騙し討ちなんかするように見えるかい？
Yes. Yes, I do. Oh yeah. I guess I shouldn't just casually follow you, huh?
まあいいさ。そっちだってサーバントを連れてるんだろ。そんな危ない相手に喧嘩なんて仕掛けないよ。
Huh? Does Shinji think I have Saber with me right now? Actually, no. Shinji just can't see the servant in spirit form. That's why he thinks I have Saber with me.
いいから行くよ。遠坂に見つかったら僕も君もただじゃ済まないんだから。
Shinji starts to walk away. I guess I have no choice but to follow him. I'm interested to hear what Shinji has to say, so at this point, I should just give up on attending afternoon classes. We walk up the hill. We're in a residential area with Western-style houses in stark contrast to my house. I hear Tasaka's house is at the top of this hill, and I remember that Matao house is right below it, like it's trying to hide or something. The Matao house is still as impressive as I remember. I visited a few times during middle school, but I haven't been near it recently. I haven't been invited since Shinji and I drifted apart, and above all, Sakura doesn't like me coming here. It's daytime, but the mansion is dark. The whole place is designed so that the sunlight doesn't get in, and there's not much in the way of lighting inside. There's honestly a decent enough chance of someone smacking into a wall if they don't know the layout of the place.
エミヤ、こっちだ。今にいるから早く来いよ。
I don't know when he got there, but I hear Shinji's voice from the back of the mansion. Even after a year, I still remember my way around the house, so I'm able to find the living room easily enough. There's nothing in the way of lighting, even in the living room. The curtain is pulled shut, blocking out the sun. Not a hint of artificial light either, so the place is dark and gloomy.
エミヤ、こっちだ。
I turn towards the voice. There I see Shinji sitting on a chair and... a woman, dark like obsidian, standing behind him.
紹介しよう。僕のサーバント、ライダーだ。
A chill runs down my spine. The chill is so intense it stings the back of my neck. I thought we were going to talk alone, Shinji. I take a step back.
やだな、用心だよ。エミヤが襲いかかってきたら怖いからね。ライダーにはすぐ近くにいてもらわないと。
Shinji reaches out towards his dark servant Ryder. His fingers caress along her waist and then stroke down her thigh. Ryder doesn't move a muscle. She is still as a statue, keeping watch on me through veiled eyes. I imagine she can see while my fingertips shivering. Some hospitality you're showing to a guest you've invited. You might be going a bit too far with your caution, Shinji.
冗談だってば。エミヤはそういうのができるやつじゃないって分かってるよ。まあ、けどお前のサーバントは別だからね。僕だってこいつをしつけるのには苦労したんだ。サーバントがマスターの命令に従わないってのは珍しいことじゃない。だからさ、これはちょっとした牽制だと思ってくれ。
A servant who doesn't obey their master. Now that I look closer, Ryder is a little different from Saber. Saber is silent, but she is not frosty. I sense only coldness from Ryder. A human almost completely lacking humanity. A dark figure that looks like the blood in its veins is discolored. She doesn't give the impression of a heroic spirit turned servant. I can only sense something inorganic, devoid of any light. So Ryder's your way of keeping my servant in check. Can't say I love that.
ごめんごめん。何分こっちは素人だからさ。エミヤみたいに慣れてるってわけじゃないんだ。そのあたりは勘弁してくれ。
Huh. Can't say I'm exactly used to this either.
そうなのか。なんだ。なら君も呼び出せばいいじゃないか。その方がお互い理解し合えるし、すごく公平だ。ああ、うんうん。それがいい、それがいい。ねえエミヤ、僕のも見せたんだからさ。君のサーバントも見せてくれない？
Shinji really thinks Saber's right next to me. It's probably best to let him keep thinking that. I refuse. If you're just doing this to keep me in check, you shouldn't mind. That should be enough. I'm just here to talk.
何それ。あのさ、僕が見たいって言ってるんだよ。何気取ってるか知らないけど、言うこと聞いといた方がいいんじゃないの？
Then we're done talking. I didn't come here to show off our servants. If that was what you wanted, I'm heading home.
そうかよ。使えないやつだな。相変わらず。
He moans discontentedly and slumps further into his chair.
いいよ。本題に入ろう。と言っても、話すべきことなんて一つだけだけどね。うん。さっきも言ったけど、僕と協力しないか、エミヤ。マスターになったものの、聖杯戦争っていうのがどんなものか知らなくてさ。一人でいるよりは信用できるやつと手を組みたいんだ。
Hold up. I want to ask you something. My answer will depend on your response.
何？僕がどうしてマスターになったかってこと？
I nod. As far as I know, Shinji's not a mage. Until I found out how Shinji was selected to be a master, I don't intend on working with him. I hear mages are the only ones who can be masters. I may be inexperienced, but I'm training in magecraft. I became a master because I formed a contract with a servant by sheer coincidence. Did you accidentally summon a servant and get it dragged into this Holy Grail War too? If that's what happened with him, we're in the same boat. I don't think I'd be able to refuse his proposal to team up in that case.
エミヤは偶然マスターになったのか。そうなんだ。よかった。それなら納得できる。
Shinji giggles like it's the funniest thing he's ever heard.
ま、僕も似たようなものかな。本人の意思に反してマスターになってしまったという点では同じだ。けど勘違いするなよ。僕はマスターが何であるか知っていたし、聖杯戦争のことだって前から知っていた。マトウの家はね、お前の家なんかとは違う。れっきとした魔術師の家系なんだからさ。
What? The Metallas are a family of mages? I've never heard of that before. Wait, does that mean you and Sakura, his sister, have also trained in magecraft?
落ち着けよエミヤ。魔導家はね、魔術師の家系ではあるけど、もう枯れてしまった一族なんだ。魔導の先祖は遠坂の家と一緒にこの土地にやってきたらしいが、日本の土が合わなかったんだってさ。代を重ねるごとに魔術回路ってやつ、それが減っていって、僕が生まれた時にはもう魔導の血筋は一般人に戻ってしまったそうだ。だから魔導の人間は魔術師じゃない。
Former
魔
mages.
術師であった家系なだけなんだ。
Used to be mages. So now the only thing that remains in your family is your knowledge of magecraft?
ああ、残念ながらね。けど魔術回路がなくなったって魔術を学ぶことに変わりはない。マスターのことも聖杯戦争のことも調べればすぐに分かった。突然マスターに選ばれてこうやって落ち着けるのも先代の教えがあったからなのさ。
I see. When I became a master, it was Tasaku who taught me about the Holy Grail Wars. So similarly, Shinji was able to understand his own situation thanks to the writings his family passed down. In other words, you only learned about magecraft itself. Does that mean Sakura has been learning about magecraft too?
はあ、はあ、もう本当に何も知らないんだな君。いいかい、古い家柄の魔術師は一人にしか秘術を伝えないんだ。子供が二人いたら跡取りにするのは長男だけだよ。一つのものを二つに分けたら力が薄まるだろ。10の魔術を一つの結晶にして残していき、血をより濃くしていくのが魔術師だ。いくら肉親だからって安売りはしないのさ。だから魔術師の家系はね、跡取り以外に魔術は教えない。後継者に選ばれなかった子供は自分の家が魔術を学ぶものだと知らずに育てられるか養子に出すっていうのがセオリーなのさ。
I see. That's a relief. I sigh in relief. I want Sakura to live a normal, peaceful life, having nothing to do with magecraft. I would never want her to get involved in a battle that forces someone to fight without reason.
さあ、これで分かっただろエミヤ。僕はマスターになったものの魔術には疎い。君はそうだね、少しは使えるって言うけど知識の方は素人同然だ。ほら、ちょうどいいと思わないか。勝手にマスターにさせられた者同士協力しようよ。
I don't have a problem with that. I just want to be clear, though. You're proposing this to protect yourself, right?
いや、それもあるけど、まずは当面の敵を叩かないとまずいんじゃない？僕、なんか彼女から目の敵にされてるみたいだしさ。
Giving you the evil eye. Are you talking about Tasaka?
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。そうでもなければ僕を邪険にするものか。いいか、あいつは他のマスターを許さないやつだぞ。そんなの一緒にいるエニアだってわかるだろう。けどさ、何の物好きか知らないけど遠坂は君に気を許している。あの隙のない女がだぜ。ほら、倒すには絶好の機会だと思わない？
Shinji holds his hand out to shake. I won't be a part of that. Actually, I can't. If Shinji really wanted to protect himself, he would have asked Tasaka too, not just me. Besides, Shinji, do you know there's someone overseeing this Holy Grail War?
ああ、教会の神父だってね。前回の生き残りだって言うけど、うるさそうだから会ってないよ。僕は魔術師じゃないんだから、魔術師としてのルールなんて押し付けられるのは面倒じゃない？
Shinji's contradicting himself. If he really wanted to stop fighting, he should have gone straight to Kodamine. Shinji, did you know there's a bounded field set up over the school?
知ってるよ。僕にはわからないけど、ライダーが教えてくれた。それがどうしたっていうのさ。
Isn't it your doing? Chisaka said it was the work of a master at our school.
ああ、あれは僕じゃないよ。確かにあの学園にはもう一人マスターがいるから、そいつの仕事じゃないの。
Huh? Chisaka said there's only one other master.
遠坂を信用しすぎるのもなんだけどね。ま、それは別にしても、あいつは間違ってるよ。遠坂が探っている気配は魔術回路ってやつなんだろ。なら僕は彼女が感知できるマスターじゃない。だって元から魔術回路なんてないんだから。初めからさ、僕は普通のマスターたちのレーダーに映らない存在なんだよ。
I see. The presence of mages or command spells ultimately activates through magical energy. But if someone without magical energy becomes a master, the only way to identify them would be seeing them directly. Tasaka's method of seeking out people with their own magical power wouldn't lead her to masters like Shinji. Shinji doesn't have a single one of the traits Tasaka is expecting in a master. You see, so Tasaka must be sensing a different master. I should warn Tasaka about this when I get home. With that settled, there's no point in me staying here any longer.
おい、エミヤ。協力の話はどうなんだよ。
I'll have to refuse. I'm not going to help you defeat Tasaka. Besides, she hasn't done anything. I know I'll have to fight her one day, but I trust her right now. And I want to keep on trusting her.
何かあってからじゃ遅いと思うけどね。まあ、そういうならいい。僕も君と同じく様子を見るさ。
Surprisingly, Shinji gives up. He doesn't try to stop me from going home, and he doesn't send Ryder to attack me. Shinji really is a complicated guy. He may act like a jerk, but he seems to try and play fair in his own way. Hey Shinji, I know I'm harping on this, but does Sakura know about you?
知らないし、教えてやるつもりもない。マトウの跡取りは僕だからね。さくらには何も知らないから、僕の妹でいさせてやるさ。
That would be great. I don't want Sakura's life to change.
そうか。そこまでさくらの心配をされちゃ、兄貴として礼をしないとね。よし。一ついいことを教えてやるよ、エミヤ。誰だかは知らないけど、マスターの一人は寺に巣を張ってるよ。
What? The temple? You mean Ryudo Temple?
ああ、僕のサーバントが言うには、山には魔女が潜んでいるそうだ。大規模に魂を集めているそうだが、早めに叩かないと厄介らしい。
What? If that's true, that makes 5 masters. And if this witch is collecting a massive amount of souls, there's a high probability it's the cause of what came up in the news this morning.
話はそれだけだ。それじゃあレイダー、送ってやってよ。いいかい。エミヤは味方だから傷つけるんじゃないぞ。
Shinji orders Ryder and she walks closer to me. No, well, that's...
遠慮するなって。家を出るまでは僕の責任なんだから。怪我をされたら困る。ああ、ライダー。送るのは玄関まででいいからな。外にさえ出てくれば僕とは無関係だ。それまでは丁重に送ってやれ。
Shinji retreats back into the back room. I silently look towards Ryder. The black-garbed Ryder says nothing. What surprises me, though, is that when I take a closer look, I notice she has a graceful and innocent-looking face. Her floor-length purple hair exudes a foul odor of blood, and at the same time, she is unbelievably beautiful. I realize I'm staring because of her appearance, and I'm embarrassed for a moment, but I feel like her face and her outfit just don't match at all. If I had to boil her down to a single phrase, she's like a priestess dripping in blood. She is both holy and evil. Ryder is a walking contradiction. Actually, why are all heroic spirits so beautiful? As I think this, I find myself looking up at Ryder's face out of sheer curiosity. Wow, she's pretty tall for a woman. She's easily 127 or 170 meters tall. I don't know where I got 20 from, but it's 170 meters tall. This really isn't the time for calm observation. Being alone with her is a problem in itself. I should hurry out of the Mattel mansion. Ryder sticks with me all the way to the entrance. I don't know about this. She doesn't even seem alive, but maybe she'll answer if I try talking to her. We're just gonna save. Ryder, what what Shinji said earlier true? I asked, not really expecting a response. There's no change in Ryder, just her long hair fluttering in the wind. I figured as much. Sorry for asking such a stupid question when we're supposed to be enemies. I step out through the door, raising my hand to show her my appreciation for seeing me out. But then... Huh? Ryder? Ryder speaks indifferently. I realize her voice is drawing me in and shakes my head to clear it. Thanks for the warning. I take good care of Shinji. As you can see, he's a bit of a pain, but I hope you can protect him. I catch myself getting surprised, but I manage to reply. I guess that was funny because... Ryder giggles softly, then disappears into the Mattel house. I walk down the hill and return to the intersection. If I walk towards the residential area on the other side, I'll be heading home, but... There's a master at Ryoto Temple, huh? That's about an hour's walk towards the mountain from here. The desolate mountain road eventually leads to the gates of Ryoto Temple. Ryoto Temple is a big temple up on the hill. It's about the size of our school. The cemetery is large. The temple itself is like a small world of its own, with about 50 training monks living on its ground. The people in town use Ryoto Temple for various purposes, but they also respect it as a sacred place that shouldn't be entered lightly. Now that I think about it, I haven't been to Ryoto Temple recently. I haven't been there ever since I stayed there for some mental training last summer. I know temple life is harsh during the winters, so I was thinking about visiting during winter break. Crap! Caught me again. Speak of the devil. I run into Ryoto Temple's heir, Issei Ryoto, on the road. Hey there, is school over? No, there's nothing wrong. I just felt like going home. It's nothing, but can I ask you something? Has anything strange happened recently? I didn't need a sutra. I needed an answer. Issei, I'm being serious here. I guess you are. Sorry to bother you.
分かればよい。俺がエミヤ相手にふざけるものか。
Issei clears his throat to calm himself down.
だが、変化があるといえばあるのだが、どうしたものかな。
Huh? A change at the temple?
ああ、お山ではなくうちの空気が浮ついている。親父殿の知り合いらしいのだが、少しばかり厄介な客人を迎えていてな。これが結構な美人であるから始末が悪い。まったく、皆も女一人に何を騒いでいるのやら。
Yes, you do. A woman. Does Ryudo Temple have any nuns?
おらぬ。訳ありでな。祝言まで部屋を貸し与えているのだが、いや、これが確かに美しい人でな。井戸から水を汲む姿など、俺でも目を奪われることだ。
What do you mean an exception? Issei. Hey, are you even listening?
いいか。だから女性はいけないんだ。女性は。色よく立つべし。落ち着け、一斉。
The student council president mumbles some sort of sutra. Hello, you okay, Issei?
問題ない。修行不足なので、より精進したいと思う。
I can tell he's not listening. Issei continues to mumble, giving himself a pep talk, and disappears in the town's outskirts. By the time I get back home, the sun is almost setting. And just like yesterday, I'm the first one back home. Sakura and Fujine will probably get here soon too, and Tasaka will come home later on. I'll mention what I learned from Shinji after Sakura and Fujine go home. There's no point in talking in secret when those two are around. Having decided that, I better prepare dinner. Tasaka beat me with her cooking last night, and I need to do something to improve Fujine's mood. The secret ingredient to a great dish is time and effort rather than love. If I want to guarantee my win, I'll have to spend double the time I usually would on cooking. And so, here's what happened.
何よ、負けてないんだから。遠坂さんのバカ、いじめっ子。
ですから、私が言っているのは料理の味じゃありません。藤村先生曰く、今までで一番美味しい夕食なんですから、みんなに分け与えた方がいいんじゃないかって話です。
言ってることが違うと思う。遠坂さん、シロの作ったご飯はあんまり食べたくないって言ったじゃない。
それは朝だけの話です。夕飯はきちんととりますし、そもそも夕食は私とエミヤ君との交代制なんですから、私が食べるのは当然の権利じゃないですか。それが嫌だというのでしたら、明日からは藤村先生が代わってください。
Get her.
的確に急所をついてくるその性格。くそ、こんなひどい教え子だとは思わなかったよ。
And with that, Fujine reluctantly returns the wooden container of rice to the dining table. 5 servings of my specialty mixed rice safely returns to the dining table. Come on, Fujine. I made plenty of food today, so there's no need to hoard it. I made enough rice and side dishes for everyone.
そうですね。でも先輩、これはちょっと作りすぎかなとか。
4人分の樽を2段重ねというのは明らかに重量過多です。
It's not a barrel. It's a round wooden container for rice. The main dish is rice today, so I made extra. If we have any leftovers, I'll make them into rice balls for lunch tomorrow.
それは私の分もいい？私チャーハンは好きじゃないんだけど、これは別格。ねえねえ、 なんかいろいろ入ってるけど何入れたわけ？基本的にはキノコの炊き込みご飯ですよね。油物を混ぜる代わりに柚子で香りを取ってるあたり細かいです。
いいもん。こうなったら私一人で空にするんだから見てなさいよ。
Fujine must have given up monopolizing the wooden container of rice, but she starts to shovel food in her mouth with alarming speed. The moment her rice bowl is empty, she thrusts it out, requesting another helping. It's fine, but you really don't need to rush. There's plenty, Fujine.
いいの。シロのご飯は私が食べるんだから。昨日今日やってきた人にはあげないもん。
Fujine snatches the rice bowl. Huh? I don't really get it. Sakura laughs uncomfortably, and Tasaka looks exasperated and ignores Fujine. And Saber just sits, eating her food. I worked pretty hard to make all this, but it's looking like that might have backfired. The dinner, which I had intended to make Tasaka admit defeat, ended boisterously thanks to Fujine's eccentric behavior.
それじゃあ先輩、失礼しますね。
Yeah, Fujine gets Sakura home safely.
はいはい、分かってるから安心なさい。
Fujine takes Sakura's hand and they turn to go.
何シロ。なんか不思議そうな顔してるけど。
Of course I am. No normal person could even move after eating so much.
そうかな。苦しかったけど飲み込んじゃえばなんとかなるものよ。
And the problem is that Taiga doesn't realize that people have limits. You can't really expect something from that like that from a wild tiger. Hopefully we can try to keep her contained so she doesn't run wild in polite society. See you tomorrow. Don't stay up too late, you two.
はい、おやすみなさい、先輩。
おやすみシロ。
I see the two off and go back to the living room. I mentioned I had something to tell them after dinner, so Tasaka and Saber are sitting in the living room looking serious.
お疲れ様。それで話っていうのは何？
It's about the other masters. There's something I want to tell you two. Saber's brow furrows slightly. As a servant, her life is focused on combat, rather than a peaceful daily routine. I still don't think her wounds have completely healed. Even with her healing powers, the chest wound Lancer's noble phantasm inflicted won't heal easily. With that in mind, I hesitate to tell them about Shinji. I'm the same as Shinji. I'd want to avoid fighting as much as I can, and I don't think it's right for a young girl like Saber to wield a sword.
シロ、話があるのではないのですか？
Oh yeah, let me get right to the point. I met Ryder and her master today.
ライダーのマスターに会ってきたっていつの話よそれ。そんなバカな。一人で敵のマスターに会うなどと自分の身を何と考えているのですか？
Well, hold on, calm down. It's okay. I didn't get hurt or anything. Don't get so mad.
怒るななどと、いえ、私は怒ってなどいません。
You're definitely angry.
シロの行動に呆れているだけです。
右に同じ。まあ済んだことを言っても始まらないわ。それでどういうことなのよシロ。
Tasaka and Saber are glaring at me, obviously furious. Crap. I knew they would say something about me being rash, but I never imagined they would be so livid. I met the master this afternoon. I just followed him because he said he wanted to talk, and I didn't fight him or anything.
見ればわかるわ。で、ライダーのマスターはどんなやつだったの？
What sort of person? It was Shinji. Good cover up, me! He called out to me when I was walking around school looking for sources of the bounded field. He said he wanted to talk, so I followed him to the Mattel house.
シンジって本当にあのシンジ？
Yeah, Ryder was obeying Shinji. And he knew about the Holy Grail War. Apparently the Mattel family is a noble family of mages.
ああ、それはそうだけど、そんなはずないのよ。マトウの家は先代でもう枯渇しているはずだもの。何があろうとマトウの子供に魔術回路はつかない。これは絶対よ。
Tasaka seems pretty sure of what she's saying. If she says so, then Shinji and Sakura really don't have any magic circuits. Yeah, Shinji said the same thing. But he said he still knows about magecraft. And since he's the eldest male, that knowledge was passed down to him. So Sakura doesn't know anything. Anyway, that means he's a master similar to me. He doesn't have any magical energy. So you weren't able to detect him.
まずったわね。確かにそういうケースだってあるか。魔導書が残っているんならマスターになるぐらいはできるだろうし。もうそれじゃあ私の行動ってあいつに筒抜けだったんだ。バカ。
Tasaka's beating herself up for what she's done so far. She may be almost flawless, but it seems like she can be kind of ditzy too. Problem is, most of those gaffes turn out to be fatal.
私のミスだわ。シンジのことはしっかりマークしておくべきだった。知っていたら結界を張らせるなんてこともなかったのに。
Well, about that, Shinji said he wasn't the one who set up the bounded field over the school. He said there's another master at school.
ええ、それはそうでしょうね。学校にはまだ一人、私たちの知らないマスターがいるのは明白よ。けどシロ、あなたまさか結界を張ってないっていうシンジの言葉を信じてるの？
No, I'm not that much of a sucker. As long as Shinji is in our school, I'd give it a 50-50 chance that it's his doing. The other half is done by the other master.
半分。その時点で大したお人よしだと思うけど。まあ、それはそれでいいわ。そういう余分なところがあなたの味だし。だからこそシンジは正体を明かしたんだろうしさ。まあいいわ。それでシンジと何を話したのよ、あなた。
He asked whether I wanted to team up with him. Shinji has no intention of fighting, and it sounded like he wanted to work with someone. So long as he knew them.
シロ、あなたまさかシンジと。
No, you'd turn this kind of thing down normally, right? I've already teamed up with you anyway. Even if I were to answer, I should first consult you too.
それはそうだけど。でも断ったって言った？
Yeah, I know I said I should have consulted you about this, but I made my decision about Shinji on my own. There wasn't much to talk to you about anyway. Oh, but I did still do something rash.
別にシロの判断は正しい
Or
んじゃ
did
な
I
い？
still do something rash? There we go.
まあ、あんた個人にお呼びがかかったんなら私が文句を言う筋合いでもないけどさ。
The way she's mumbling makes her seem, well, not quite herself. That was all I talked to Shinji about. I saw Ryder too, but it didn't seem like she was that powerful of a servant to me. She's definitely not like Berserker, and she doesn't seem as intense as Lancer. Ryder seems decent.
マスターがそう実感したのなら確かでしょう。ですがサーバントの進化は天使と宝具に左右されます。ライダーが何者であるか判明するまでは油断はしないようにしろ。
Yeah, I have no clue which hero Ryder is. You know, Lancer and Berserker obviously look like those heroes, but Ryder didn't quite have that same aura. I felt like she was different from typical servants.
普通のサーバントとは違うですか？私には分かりませんが、リンならシローの違和感が説明できますか？
ああ、理屈だけならわかるわよ。サーバントがどんな英霊かは呼び出されたマスターに左右されるって話。結構似た者同士になるのよ、マスターとサーバントは。つまり高潔な人物がマスターならそれに近い霊格をした英霊が召喚される。 逆に言えば心に深い傷を持った人間が英霊を呼び出せば同じように傷を負った英霊が現れるわ。シローがライダーに感じた違和感はそれでしょうね。いびつな心を持つマスターは時として英雄ではなく英霊に近いだけの怨霊を呼び出してしまうのよ。
A vengeful ghost close to a heroic spirit. Is that what you meant before?
ええ、血を見るのが大好き。人殺しなんて何とも思わないような暴虐者よ。実際残忍さだけが伝承に残っている英雄だっているんだから、そういうやつがサーバントになってもおかしくはないわ。
Is that true? Now that I think about it, I smell blood on Ryder, but I didn't get the impression she was a bloodthirsty murderer. That's all I have on Ryder. There's one more thing, and this might be the most important one. According to Ryder, there's apparently a master in Ryudo Temple. Someone's collecting magical energy from everyone in town. What do you two think of that?
竜道寺。竜道寺ってあの山のてっぺんにある寺のこと？
Yeah, that's the one. Do you know anything about it, Tasaka?
まさかその逆よ。竜道寺なんて行ったことないもの。どんなマスターか知らないけど、そんな偏僻なところに陣取ろうなんて思わないわよ、普通。
Yeah, I was pretty surprised when I heard there was a master at Ryudo Temple. Being there might not draw much attention, but there is a ton of monks living at the temple. We would definitely hear about it if they pulled something strange.
いまいち信用できないわね、その話。仮にそうだとしても、竜道寺って郊外のさらに郊外にあるんでしょ？そこから深山と神と両方に手を伸ばすなんて大魔術っていうより魔力の無駄遣いよ。集めた魔力を使ってもそんな大規模な術は不可能だもの。
We're forgetting something. Tasaka thinks for a moment, looking troubled. I'm relying on her experience here, so I can't interrupt her.
いえ、シローの話は信憑性が高い。あの寺院を抑えたのなら、その程度の魔術は自然に行えるのですから。
Huh? Do you know about Ryudo Temple, Saber? I haven't taken you there yet.
忘れたのですか、シロー。私は前回の聖杯戦争に参加しています。この町のことは熟知していますし、あの寺院が落ちた霊脈ということも知っています。
落ちた霊脈？ちょっと待って、それってうちのことよ。なんだって一つの土地に地脈の中心点が2つもあるっていうのよ。
それは私にも分かりませんが、とにかくあの寺は魔術師にとって神殿とも言える土地です。この地域の命脈が流れ落ちる場所と聞きますから、魂を集めるには絶好の拠点となるでしょう。魔術師は自然の流れに手を加えるだけで町中から生命力を回収できる。
そんな話初めて聞いたわ。けど確かにそれなら町の人間から生命力をかすめ取っていくこともできるわよね。
So that area is spiritually powerful, right? That's just obvious. Otherwise, people wouldn't have built a temple up there in the first place.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。言われなくても分かってるわよ。
I figured as much. Temples and shrines have traditionally been built where there are gods to protect the town. Monks don't pray to gods and Buddha to offer people blessings. Instead, their job is to seal up any areas that people believe are unlucky, to ward off calamity. So based on that, it's no surprise that the mountain where Ryudo Temple is located is a special place. Hey, don't tell me you thought Ryudo Temple was just there for show.
そうよ、悪い？今まであるだけの寺だと思ってたわよ。あの寺には実践派の法術師がいないんだから。
Practicing Thaumaturge? What's that?
度胸や心身、祈願以外で霊を成仏させる連中のこと。各社は神仏の力だけで事をなすそうだけど、 修行が浅い僧侶は神仏に届かないから、私たちみたいに自身の力を上乗せして術をなすの。そういう連中が集まって組織みたいになってるのがあるのよ、この国には。私たちとは相入れない連中だから詳しくは知らないけどさ。そんなことより寺のことよ。あの寺が霊脈だとしたら、まず真っ先に抑えようとするのがマスターでしょ。おかしいじゃない。なんで他の連中はそんな場所を見逃しているのよ。
Because Ryudo Temple's there. It's under surveillance, so it wouldn't be abused.
竜道寺の僧侶はみんな純粋な修行僧じゃない。私たちみたいに外れた連中じゃないんだから、そんな人たちを丸め込むぐらいマスターなら造作もないわ。
いいえりん、それは違う。確かにマスターならばあの寺院を制圧するのはたやすいでしょう。しかしあの山にはマスターにとって都合の悪い結界が張られているのです。
私たちに都合の悪い結界？
はい、あの山には自然霊以外を排除しようとする法術が働いている。生身の人間に影響はありませんが、私たちサーバントには文字通り鬼門なのです。
自然霊以外を排除する。それじゃあサーバントはあの山には入れないってこと？
入れないことはありませんが、能力は低下するでしょう。足を踏み入れるたびに近づいてはならないという令状を受けるようなものですから。
You can do it, but not without strain.
それじゃあどうやって竜道寺のマスターはサーバントを維持しているのよ。
いえ、寺院の中に入ってしまえば結界はありません。元より結界とは寺院を守る境界線と聞きます。結界は外来者を拒むだけのものですから、それ以上の能力はありません。
If they were summoned inside, they're fine.
じゃあなんとか中に入ってしまえばサーバントを律する法術はないってこと？けどおかしいな。そんな風に寺院を密閉させたら地脈そのものが止まるじゃない。せめて一本ぐらい道を開けておかないと地脈の中心点にはなり得ないんじゃない？
はい、寺院の道理で言えば正しい門から来訪した者は拒めません。その教えに従っているのか、寺に続く参道にだけは結界が張れないと聞きました。あの寺院は正門のみ、私たちサーバントを律する力が働いていないのです。
なるほど。そりゃそうよね。全ての門を閉じたら中の空気がよどるのよ。
私が教えられることはそれだけです。では結論を。マスターがいると判明したのですから、取るべき手段は一つだけだと思いますが。
Crash the gate! I know what Saber wants to say. Her eyes are telling me that since we know the enemy's location, we just need to attack. But
私はパス。どうにも罠臭いし、正直それだけの情報じゃ動けないわ。相手のホームグラウンドに行くんなら、せめてどんなサーバントを連れているのか判明するまで待つべきよ。
意外ですね。リンならば戦いに赴くと思ったのですが。
侮ってもらって結構よ。こっちはアーチャーがまだ本調子じゃないし、しばらくは傍観するわ。
わかりました。それではシロ、私たちだけで寺院に赴きましょう。
that is an extremely bad idea. Saber is so matter-of-fact about it. But I'm... Alright. I'm going to go to the restroom. I will be right back. I know what the answer is going to be, but I'm tempted to do the answer I don't want to be. Like, honestly, I would have also waited, but we're going to just go look. So I'll be right back. I have returned. Alright, so, given that we are on the fate path, of fate, I'm going to go with Saber's suggestion, even though I think it's a bad idea, because fate is Saber-based. That's how this goes. Now, if she says something incredibly stupid, I may think otherwise, but, this is not the worst decision she's ever made. So, let's go look. I'll go on the offensive. There's a master at Ryoto Temple, and I need to stop them from sucking up magical energy from everyone in town as soon as possible. I agree with Saber. I'm not thrilled to be the one making the move here, but it depends on the opponent, too. If we want to find out what sort of master we're dealing with, we should go to Ryoto Temple as soon as possible.
では出陣ですね、シロ。あなたが積極的になってくれたのは喜ばしい。
そう。あなたがそう決めたのなら、私に言うことはないけど、せいぜい気をつけることね。
Tasaka?
先に休むわ。私、賞賛のない戦いに興味はないから。明日になってあなたが帰ってこなかったら、協力者のよしみで骨ぐらい拾いに行ってあげる。
Gee, thanks. What the hell? Why would she say something so ominous?
今のはリンなりの忠告でしょう。竜道寺には外敵への備えがあるはずです。私たちは敵の罠をくぐり抜け、上司たるマスターを倒さねばならないのですから。
Well, you're right, but I'm not so enthusiastic and confident that I'm going up there and to beat a master. I just want to learn their identity and motives. If it goes well, we might just be able to avoid battle, and if things go hairy, we can retreat. I won't ever let her suffer or look so pained again. We'll just have to retreat right away if it starts to look too dangerous. The clouds zip by overhead. Must be a strong wind up here.
Master, 時期0時ですが。
Yeah, the town's gone to sleep, so it's a good time to head out. I nod as I grab my shinai bag. Inside, I packed a bamboo sword I found in the shed. It's not the greatest weapon for going up against a servant, but as long as my strengthening magecraft works, I should be able to survive at least one attack. Saber, we're only going to Ryoto Temple just to check things out. We're going to see who the master is and what class their servant is. We're not here to start a fight.
わかりました。ですが敵が戦いを望み、シローの身に危険が及ぶと判断したときは、その限りではありません。敵地に赴く以上、どちらかの死は覚悟してほしい。
The possibility of death. The scales of fate weigh on one end of the Master Ryudo Temple, and on the other us, the intruders. The scales are balanced right now, but they may tip one way or the other tonight. We head west from the intersection, hurry along the empty road. Ryudo Temple is located at the end of a gently sloping mountain path opposite a more developed Shinto. There's a long set of stairs. The road that leads up to one of the tallest mountains in Fuyuki is all but swallowed up in an ominous darkness. Saber, do you sense any servants around?
はい。正確には把握できませんが、確かにサーバントの気配がします。
Saber's detection ability seems to be weakened, probably by the bounded field set up over Ryudo Temple.
良くない風です。シロ、片時も私のそばを離れないように。
I just nod and answer, then start up the stairs. The air feels tense. Shrouded in the dark of night, the forest echoes with soft rustling sounds. With every step I take, Worry gnaws at my stomach. The temple gate finally comes into view. Nothing's happened so far. There's no sign of the enemy, and the temple gates are wide open as if inviting us inside. Huh? Is it an enemy saber?
はい。ですがサーバントではありません。気配が微弱すぎる。おそらく監視役の使い魔でしょう。無視しても構わないのですが、しかし。
There must be something about that surveillance familiar that makes her hesitate. Saber frowns, then glares at the temple gates just a few steps ahead of us. Saber, is something bothering you?
わかりません。この王冠が監視の使い魔のものなのか、この山門を守る者の気配なのか。門番らしき者はいたようなのですが、今は不在のようです。認めたくはないのですが、私はそれを幸運と思っている。この門を守る者と対峙しなくてよかったと。
So there's a gatekeeper, but they're not here right now?
はい。私たちがやってきたことはすでに知られています。その上で門番を下げた意味は2つ。資料はどちらだと思いますか？
Trap? The gatekeeper was either pulled back to hide from us, or they're going to let us through the gates, but don't intend to let us leave. Either way, we're not going to accomplish anything unless we get inside. It's a trap, Saber. Can you tell what's going on in there?
いいえ、サーバントの気配がするという情報しかつかめない。
Got it. I guess we won't be learning anything unless we go inside. Saber nods. Let's go. Whatever they do to us, we're not getting anything out of this trip until we see our opponents' faces. Saber and I approach the temple gates. For a brief moment, the clouds drift across the moon, swallowing up its light. Our vision falls into darkness. Blah, 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 blah. In the darkness, I thought I saw a beautiful snake slithering between the trees. Wait, Saber, I thought I stopped Saber, who's trying to walk through the temple gate.
白。
Her golden hair whips around. But suddenly...
強制転移。バカな。この時代において転移魔術だと。そうか、キャスター。
Saber's figure distorts. What kind of magecraft is this? Saber becomes distorted like a mirage, and... This is bad. Pull back, Saber. Your body's fading.
違います、シロ。転移を受けているのはあなたの方だ。早く私の手を。
Transport? Like teleportation?
シロ、手を伸ばして。そのままでは中に引き込まれ。
Saber kicks the ground and grabs hold of my arm. But then... A dark figure of a servant cuts in from the side.
不覚を取りましたね、セイバー。魔術に対する強力なレジストがあだになった。あなたがそこまで強力でなければ彼を守りきれたわね。
貴様、サーバント。
Black and silver figures clash. Saber versus Rider. The two confront one another at the top of the stone steps. But Saber! Saber! I feel myself pulled through the dimensions, twisted out of mine and through others, then deposited back into reality. Ugh. My blood flows backwards. For a moment, my organs flip inside out, and I'm overwhelmed by nausea.
あら、竜を釣ろうと思ったのに網にかかったのは雑魚だけなんて。
What? I turn around and face whatever's behind me. I don't have time to figure out who it is. I swing the wooden sword behind me, not even taking it out of the shinai bag. I'm blown away. Something strikes the side of my chest and my body sinks into a watery surface. Huh? What the? The liquid turns red. My body, the whole right side of my chest, is gone.
バカな子。そんな紙くずみたいな魔術抵抗で私の神殿にやってくるなんて。セイバーもマスターに恵まれなかったよね。
This is actually fine if this is a bad end. I kind of want it to be, but we're gonna see. The purple-robed figure snickers. I'm dizzy. I need to get up and take Saber's hand, but I'm shaky in my body.
セイバーが気になる？安心なさい。彼女は私がもらってあげる。バーサーカーを倒すには彼女の宝具が必要ですからね。あなたはここで死に絶えるけれど、彼女は私の奴隷として生き続けるわ。
Arg! I don't have any strength in me. My fingers, they're cold as ice. My consciousness fades into darkness and mud.
さようなら坊や。そんな低能では奴隷にする価値もないけど、あなたの霊樹は私が有効に使ってあげる。
A crooked blade glints in the darkness and begins cutting out my command spells. I'm in black, murky water. The only thing my motionless eyes see is the clouds swallowing up the moon. Dead end. Okay, it's not bad end, it's just dead end. Okay. So, this is fine because the smarter decision was not to go alone. But at the same time, it is what Saber wanted, which is what I thought the game was intending me to do. But that's fine. I'm okay with this. So let's see what the dojo has to say. It's just basically going to say do the other thing. But no, I knew she hadn't healed yet. Like that was the other thing too. It's like she's not fully healed.
シロはまだマスターになったばっかりなんだから、もうちょっと自分を鍛えなくっちゃダメでしょう。
そうよ、私にやられるならしょうがないけど、あんなメギツネにやられちゃうなんてかっこ悪いんだから。早く直前の選択肢に戻って今夜はおとなしくしてなさい。
そうそう、次はよーく考えて行動すること。さて、些細な選択ミスですかとデッドエンドを迎えるみんなの味方、タイガー道場も今回で3回目。みんなもそろそろこの道場に慣れてきたと思いますが、
思いますか？何をタイが思わせぶりなこと言って、何か思うところがあるの？
あるというか、みんなもそろそろ気になってる頃だと思うんだけど。
思うんだけど、
じゃあ言うけど、正直ブルマは直球すぎではないだろうか。
だって道場でしょここ。運動するんだから体操服に着替えてるだけだけど。
なるほど、そういう理由でしたか。一応筋は通ってるわね。私の数少ない見せ場を奪おうという悪魔っ子の策略かと思っちゃった。
考えすぎよタイガー。そもそもあなたと私とじゃ格が違うもの。わざわざ勝負服に
Damn
着替え
savage.
て戦うまでもないわ。
She went for the throat. She just said, nah.
そうだよね。私とイリアちゃんとじゃ扱いが違うし、争うまでもなかったわ。よかったよかった。私たちは永遠のマブダチだよ。体操服は元気の証だし、イリアちゃんにはその格好を許可しましょう。
当然よ。 メイド服やスクール水着でないだけ感謝してよね。本当なら私は毎回違う学校で登場する予定だったんだから。
げ、あからさまに違うこの扱い。
悔しくないもんね。所詮ボスになったんだから私と扱い同じだもんね。
けどミニマム気になる。
他にはどんな服を着る予定だったのかな。学ランとか鎌倉とか成長バージョンとか雪だるまとかエプロンとか着物とかジャーマンな国の症候群服とか。
Yeah, that seems about right for her.
なんと標準志望のバリエーションだったのでした。
ぐわー、もうよろしい。その恵まれた愛情が憎すぎる。
けど昇降服はちょっと見たかったので残念です。だよね。大人のくせに一度切った使用書をなしにするのは良くないと思うわ。
まったくもって、私のシナリオを削るなんて何を考えているのか上層部は。勝つ気があるのか、勝つ気が。
Spoiler.
あんたのシナリオなんて最初からないわよ。
何を老石者、そこに直れ。
先輩、チワース。ま、楽にな。行っちゃった。タイガも伸びちゃったし、私もそろそろ戻ろうかな。スタンプ押してっと。それじゃあまたデッドエンド後に会いましょう。
Yes. And again, like, I chose this because Saber wanted it real bad, but it is really the bad answer. Which I was like, I'm fighting that urge, but like, this makes more sense for now. No, I agree with Tasaka. We shouldn't be going there yet.
あなたまで戦わないというのですか。
She's obviously gonna fight me on this.
バカな。今まで体を休めていたのは何のためです。
You're not fully healed.
敵の所在が判明した以上、打って出るのが戦いというものでしょう。
I know that, but we need to wait, Saber. If the master at Ryudo Temple is so thoroughly prepared, they have set a trap for us. Rushing in without a plan is suicide. Correct and correct. Tasaka's right. We should at least wait until Archer's recovered.
そのような危険は当然です。初めから無傷で勝利を得ようなどと思ってはいません。
That doesn't mean you need to charge blindly in while you're injured, dumbass!
敵の罠が体を貫こうと、この首を渡さなければ戦える。
It's not just you!
どのような深手を負おうと、マスターさえ倒せればいいのではないのですか。
No. But don't be such a fool. Who would ever say it's okay to get hurt? It's fine going in knowing the risk, but its suicidal mission is stupid. As your master, I can't let you do something so dangerous. Going over to Ryudo Temple would be suicide, no question. The long road leading up to the temple is sure to be packed with traps or obstacles, maybe both. It's one thing to go in expecting the dangers, but doing it without a plan to deal with them is suicidal. No matter how powerful Saber is, she's still held back by my weakness. I would hate for her to push herself to a fight and end up... if it ends up like it did last time. I can't agree to just charge in blindly.
何を言うかと思えば。いいですか、マスター。サーバントは傷を負うものです。
You keep trying to bolt this point in, but it's still a stupid point.
それを恐れて戦いを避けるなど、私のマスターには許しません。
I think she's probably going to go anyway, but that's fine. If she goes, she can trigger everything, and then we just retreat because I was right. Fine, it doesn't matter if you don't allow it. If you're going to keep being so reckless, I'll stop you as many times as I have to. If you don't like that, then hurry up and heal yourself. You're still not fully healed, are you?
戦闘に支障はありません。傷を理由に戦いを先延ばしにするなどと、そのような気遣いは不要です。
Saber just won't change her mind about fighting. Why doesn't she understand no matter what I say? Yeah, well, I'm not budging. You lost a berserker before. Are you going to push through and keep on fighting so we can both be defeated again? Ooh, this is a little bit harsh, but I get it. You've got to be kidding me. I don't want to get killed all over again. And then I expect Saber to argue. Instead, she just draws in a breath and...
それを言うのは卑怯ではないですか、シロ。
But he's right. Her tone is apologetic. I'm sorry to be unfair, but I'm still not willing to attack yet. I know I can't let the Master of Ryudo Temple do as they please, but we're in no condition to fight. If we rush in now and are defeated, then who will stop the Master of Ryudo Temple? Listen, we're going to attack, but only after your wound is healed and we're in peak condition. If you have a problem with that, go find another master.
わかりました。マスターがそういうのでした。
Saber's voice is quiet as she answers, and then she falls silent. Our conversation ends there. Like, God, I love drilling that point in. Okay. So, not saying that Emiya Shiro is like the perfect protagonist. However, there are some fundamental things that I do agree on. Like, at least on the smarter side of his decision making, not the dumb choices, obviously. But like, it's like you need to understand what I'm telling you, and it's not for my benefit. It's not because I don't think you're capable. It's not because I don't think that there's a possible way that we win. It's just we need to go when it's the best possible time to go. It's like, yes, you can run a race with a broken foot, but I wouldn't recommend it. Our conversation ends there. Tasaka and Saber both go back to their rooms. I'm left alone in the living room and find myself starting to regret what I did. Well, it's too late. I could have said it differently, so why did I have to say it the way I did? Why was I only able to convince her with words that cut her so deep? No, honestly, that was probably the best thing he could have done. I didn't even know there was an interlude. But that's cool. It's a quiet, windless night. It's past midnight. Darkness blankets the sky. The town itself is like a dark sea, illuminated only by moonlight. Overhead, the clouds move across the sky. At ground level, there's not a breath of wind. Higher up, the wind must be must be roaring. The air must be roaring as the clouds swim by. I'm going to go ahead and reiterate the sentence so we're not losing my mind. Higher up, the air must be roaring as the clouds swim by. Perfect. Moving on.
風が出るな。
Saber! Maybe she hears the inaudible wind. She mutters quietly as she looks up into the windy sky. The young girl known as Saber stands quietly in the middle of the yard, glaring up at the sky. Yes. Curse you, sky! Curse you! Her golden hair is beautiful even at the dark of night. Her clear green eyes remain on the moon as it flickers in and out of view. She glances towards the corner of the yard once. There's an old shed. Her lord sleeps there.
あなたが戦わないというのなら。
There's a heavy clang. The sound of iron melts into the darkness without reaching anyone's ears. The moon hides, then reveals itself once again. As the clouds above float past, the girl's appearance changes radically. Solid, heavy armor. She can no longer be called a girl in her blue raiment. Now, she is shrouded in steely armor, woven of magical energy intense enough that it should overwhelm all others. In her hand, she holds an invisible sword, concealed by the same magical energy that surpasses human understanding. The figure, once considered undefeatable in the battlefield, proves that someone like her still exists in this day and age. Though her sword is invisible, the majestic air she exudes proves her exceptional skill as a swordsman. This is what made her Saber, the hero of the sword, said to be the strongest of all the 7 servants. A knight among knights who remains ever civil and acts according to her lord's will. Whatever the other heroic spirits might be like, she remains the ideal swordsman who would never defy her lord. But that ends tonight. She is here defying her lord's orders. Rather, she is not truly disobeying her lord. This is her way of bringing her lord victory, the result of her own determination.
彼は甘い。それでは他のマスターに殺されるだけだ。
But this master will never change his ways. Then it must be her duty to be heartless. If her master will not fight, then his sword must.
傷は癒えていない。マスターからの魔力供給も期待できない。
But that still poses no hindrance in battle. After confirming her own abilities, she returns her gaze to the moon. She has no concern for the shed where her lord sleeps any longer. Now that she is armed and wearing her armor, the only thing in her mind is defeating her enemies. The moon darkens. The moment a large cloud covers the sky, Saber jumps over the walls of the mansion grounds. She runs through the darkness. The silvery swordsman rushes through the sleeping town. She has but one destination, Ryudo Temple, sitting at the heart of the sacred mountain on the town's outskirts. Mountain's outskirts, but yeah, same thing. Even Saber understands how difficult it would be to single-handedly defeat the master lurking in the temple. Shiro is correct. She is bound to suffer great injury, or at worst, die herself. But how can she call herself a servant if she cannot do the impossible? Servants are driven by their superior abilities and unassailable pride. They are proud as heroes, and have earned that confidence in the numerous battles they fought. As heroic spirits whose lore has been passed down and respected since ancient times, they cannot lose, no matter who they face. She cannot even imagine defeat. She is no exception. However, much of her innocence may still be left to her. Being granted the title of Saber is all the more reason she cannot ignore that pride. And that pride will not allow her to just sit by and do nothing when she can face her enemy. And so she must brave any traps that may await her, and face her enemy even if she is alone. If she has no chance of winning, then she must simply use her sword to create one. Her sword is a celebrated blade. It has cut countless enemies down. As long as she is invisible air, there's nothing for her to fear. She runs through the mountain pass and up the road leading to the temple. After she cuts through the mountain pass, an imposing stone staircase awaits her. It is certainly different than Ryudo Temple she remembers. Also, Archer was keeping watch, so he should totally know what's happening here. The air is stagnant. The wind is barren. The land's lifeline is contaminated long ago. This place is the land of death. The moment one enters, there can be no escape. She does not hesitate. Saber does not so much as break stride as she runs up the steps. Scenery flies by. Her footsteps echo on the stone stairs, and the mountain begins to stir. The stairs are long, stretching across a great distance. The temple gates are far even for Saber, who shoots up the stairs like an arrow. So long are the stairs that it's impossible for one to pass through the gate undetected. An ambush surely awaits along the way. Reaching the gate will not be easy. Whatever schemes may await her, she must simply smash through them and keep moving. Nothing will stop her. Even were Berserker to appear before her, she would break through. Such is her determination, her confidence. She's reached the top. Just as she's about to reach the temple gates, an obstacle presents itself. There he is. Saber stops. Despite her determination to push through no matter what the enemies she faces, she's surprised by what she finds. It appears so naturally, like a breeze. The man appears before her, lacking any trace of enmity, but leaves not a single opening for an attack. Saber stops and readies her invisible sword. The man before her, backlit by the moon, ignores Saber's menacing glare as if it were nothing to him. She has heard about them, but she's bewildered by the sight of one. This is her second Holy Grail war. Even though she has seen many other heroic spirits, this is her first time seeing a servant like him. Sweat beads down on Saber's brow. She isn't afraid, rather she is struggling to comprehend the situation. It's not as if she's ever encountered strange servants. Never encountered strange servants. Certainly there is no stranger and more mysterious servant than the archer of the previous war. By comparison, the servant before her is hardly frightening and possesses no incredible weaponry. And that is exactly what makes it strange. She senses nothing from the man. There's no doubt he's a servant, but he seems to possess neither a noble phantasm nor magical energy. He should be an easy foe. Their fight should end in a single blow. But her instincts give her one very simple warning. Do not underestimate him. This servant has a means of inflicting instant death. She can't get closer. His katana is unconventionally long for a Japanese sword, making it hard to gauge spacing. But more than that, Saber's position puts her at a huge disadvantage. The man stands on top of the stairs, and Saber stands below him. He's about 5 meters from her. His sword will reach her before she can rush in, but she feels nothing from his sword. Repelling it should be easy. She should not be afraid to step in, but Saber senses somehow that she should not. Saber adjusts her grip on her sword and glares at the enemy ahead of her. She may not know his identity, but she should at least be able to determine his class. And he would never answer that. Saber doesn't expect an answer. But after a brief smile, damn, just gives his full name. The servant's reply is given in a sing-song voice. Saber cannot help but be surprised. Servants generally conceal their identities. What sort of servant would so bluntly and proudly give his name? The funny part is why he was given assassin class, right? Because he is using a sword. But it's fine, I guess. The man who introduced himself as Sasaki Kojiro, the assassin, appears to enjoy Saber's confusion. There is no way Saber knows. She has no idea the servant is a swordsman who wields a longsword called Monohoshi-zao. It's rumored to have an unrivaled swordsman during the Kensho era in Japan. Knowing, of course, would change nothing. The man's origin is unknown, and even his existence is uncertain. His story was told by word of mouth, and there is perhaps only one person in the world who knows this true identity of the man who is hailed as the greatest swordsman in the world. The man who never left a mark in history, but was Sasaki Kojiro's archenemy, and the only one to have ever defeated him. How so can this man be called a hero? The assassin, Sasaki Kojiro, is a presence far removed from Saber herself. Who among heroic spirits could know the abilities of a swordsman who could not himself normally be a heroic spirit? Two things are clear for her. One is that the man before her is an enemy, and the other is that he's willingly identified himself.
参りました。名乗られたからにはこちらも名乗り返すのは騎士の礼です。
Saber's voice is grave. Revealing her true name poses an immense risk. She cannot reveal her true name even under torture, nor does she have any intention of doing so. However, this is only in the name of her pursuit of victory. For the same reason, she cannot tarnish her knight's honor.
小次郎と言いましたね。アサシンのサーバントよ。私は。
よい。名乗れば名乗り返さねばならぬ相手であったか。いや、無粋な真似をしたのは私であった。
Damn. The man descends the stairs gracefully. Assassin confronts Saber taking slow steps down the stairs.
そのようなことで敵を知ろうとは思わぬ。我らにとって敵を知るにはこの刀だけで十分であろう。違うか、セイバーのサーバント。
Your stance.
そう驚くこともあるまい。貴様の持つそれが何であるかは分からぬが、身にまとった殺気は剣士のもの。目がくらむほどの美しい剣気。その貴様がセイバー以外の何者であろうか。
He takes a step closer. Assassin descends the stone steps and he points his sword at Saber.
神名など知らずともよい。ただ、セイバーというサーバントがこの刃に敗れるだけの話だ。
And that's fair. If you're known as the greatest swordsman, or even the killer of the greatest swordsman, as a swordsman, you want to be the best swordsman.
言葉で語るべきことなど皆無。もっとより、サーバントとはそういうものであろう。
The swordsman laughs joyfully.
なるほど。それは確かにその通りです。
As Saber speaks, she readies her sword.
それでよい。では、果たし合おうぞ、セイバー。サーバント随一と言われるその剣に、しかと見せてもらわねばな。
A silver light leaps. Solid and soft, the battle between two very different swordsmen begins under the moonlight. Interlude out. I wake up to searing pain in my chest. It feels like I've just had a bad dream. Why does my chest hurt? My heart feels like it's burning. Actually, it feels more heat from outside has been forced into my body. From outside? I doubt myself briefly, but before I can think of what it might be, I find myself rushing outside. Saber, are you there? I slide the sliding screen door to Saber's room. She's not here. Don't tell me she... No, there's no doubt. If she's not here, she went to Ryudo Temple on her own. An idiot! Why? She hasn't healed, so why would she... I got so angry, my head is still starting to hurt. I didn't tell her I wasn't going to fight. I just didn't want her to get hurt like that again. Ugh. There's no point in fuming here. I need to hurry to Ryudo Temple. I can't let Saber fight alone. No. I don't know what good I can do her, but if I get there, maybe I can do something. She's a girl. Why can't she just behave herself? That's a little sexist, but alright, we're going to let that one slide. I run. I don't even take the time to change. Out front, I grab a bike and pedal as fast as I can. I pedal down the hill without braking. It'll take at least 40 minutes to Ryudo Temple, even if I rush. I don't know how long it's been since Saber left, but I need to get to her as fast as I can. Another interlude? Okay. The Blades Cross. I want to read this. Agility A+, Luck A, Noble Phantasm Unknown. Very little in the May of Magic. Very low Constitution. Alignment Neutral Evil. While his existence is met with suspicion, his name remains widely known as that of the Peerless Swordsman. He is a beautiful swordsman who wielded a 3-foot-long longsword. He is said to have been born in the Iroka era and become famous during the 1605-1612, but the truth is not clear. The books that feature Sasaki Kojiro have many contradicting time periods because his name was not even written down in the Book of Five Rings, written by Miyamoto Musashi, his most worthy opponent. I've actually read the Book of Five Rings. So this is wild that it's just like a hero that's like not even mentioned by name. According to records, Kojiro is from the Echizen province, studied under Toda Seigen. He favored the longsword after defeating the master's younger brother named himself Ganryu. After that, he went around various lands as a martial artist and developed a secret sword technique, Swallow Reversal, that can kill even a flying swallow in the Nishiki River in Shao Province. Or Suo Province, or whatever. My pronunciation is bad, but it's fine. Then, after terrifying swordsmen in different lands, he died fighting Miyamoto Musashi at Fukushima, what would later become Ganryujima, in order to maintain the honor of the domain he served. Which makes sense, because Miyamoto Musashi was basically the most undefeated swordsman of known historical record. Because of his longsword, he could not fight while holding the sheath and discarded it in front of Musashi. Musashi believed to have said the famous line, "Kojiro has been defeated," after seeing that. Miyamoto Musashi holds the record for being one of the best swordsmen in Japan. Sasaki Kojiro is viewed as a worthy opponent, but his real image is as uncertain as a reflection of the moon in the water. People will say there was once someone like that, but the legend of Sasaki Kojiro has been passed down to the present can only be that of a great but fictional swordsman that people fabricated. True. And honestly, the fact that his concealment is only D as an assassin is kind of nuts, but it does make sense. Resistance to modification caused by visual disturbances. It is only a natural ability to predict danger, also known as a sixth sense or premonition. Nothing about the Noble Phantasm, and that is okay. The blades cross. The edges of both swords come into contact again and again. Stroke after stroke. Sword and katana alike spark as they strike and parry. Several dozen exchanges like this later, and neither opponent has changed position. Assassin, standing higher on the steps, holds his ground. Saber, who is trying to advance up the stone steps, can't get any closer to Assassin. Over time, she bleeds more and more energy. One of Saber's many attempts at rushing in, Assassin effortlessly swings his long blade, fully 1.5 meters, and halts Saber advance. No, he's not simply preventing an advance. If Saber's blade is lightning, Assassin's katana is like a hurricane. Though Assassin may be no match for her in strength or speed, the flexible trajectory of his blade sweeps aside Saber's every attack. The ricocheting katana gains speed and flips back towards Saber's neck like a gust of wind. Even as Saber dodges the blow by only a hairbreadth, the long katana flicks back toward her, giving her not a moment's rest. In contrast to Saber's straight sword, Assassin's blade is curved. Assassin's cutting edge is graceful, but also draws a long, extended arc. He shouldn't be able to match Saber's sword as it moves in a straight line, but he somehow cancels out the difference. She suddenly stops. Her blade isn't moving fast enough to block Assassin's counterattack. She falls back a pace, knowing it's only the way she can avoid the incoming strike. Assassin's katana traces a fascinatingly beautiful arc, but at the same time, it is so fast that it's nearly impossible to follow. Is this seemingly impossibility owed to Assassin's skill, or is it owed to instead to Saber being at a disadvantageous position in their battle? Unable to reach a clear conclusion, Saber continues dodging Assassin's strikes and turns aside the blade as it arcs towards her neck with her own weapon. The next thing she knows, she has retreated a few more steps down the stairs. That's the extent of his long katana's reach. It would be easy to rush up close to him once he sweeps his sword aside, but for some reason she just can't do it. It must be owed to the enemy's superb skills and her own position below him, what's pushed her at a disadvantage. Saber bites her lip, thinking she wouldn't have such a hard time against that long katana if they were on flat ground. Assassin is unmoved. He is fighting purely to defend. He need not chase after a retreating Saber, nor does he have any reason to give up the advantage of higher ground. Hang on, what did I get pinged by? Oh, Pixel. Pixel by Pixel.
私の剣筋は邪道でな波のものならばまず一撃で首を落とすそれをここまで防ぐとは嬉しいぞスイー加えて打ち込みも素晴らしいその勝負でこれほどの剣撃を行うからにはさぞ鍛え抜かれた全身になろう
Assassin watches over Saber, his posture relaxed, perhaps simply because he needn't go on the offensive. The tip of his blade wavers, losing strength. But Saber cannot seize the opportunity. The man is not holding a stance. A long katana like that can only be wielded as long as the wielder is able to swing the sword from any position. You're being goaded. The sword and katana clash. The longsword stops mid-swing. Assassin grins, glancing at his katana where it stopped the invisible sword, then parries again. while Saber catches the flash coming at her neck. Even Saber knows. She's been able to knock Assassin's unfamiliar sword work, block Assassin's unfamiliar sword work thanks to her invisible sword. Her invisible sword can confuse the opponent's senses, both offensively and defensively. Assassin not following through on his attacks is proof of this. Not knowing how long Saber's sword is making it too dangerous for Assassin to close in on her. If Assassin were to step in to attack Saber, he will do so when Saber tries to smash Assassin's forehead. That attack. Assassin dodges it completely as he takes just a step back.
よし、これで目測はついたな。刀身3尺余り、幅は4寸といったところか。形状は、セイバーの名の通り、典型的な西洋の剣だな。
90 centimeters is a little bit less than half my height, so we're going to say it's like maybe 3 feet. Assassin may have spoken calmly, but his exceptional skill at appraising the blade is clear. Saber's strike had been so fast that even were her sword visible, it would have been almost impossible to see. And yet, not only has he managed to defend himself from the invisible blade, he also figured out its size and shape.
信じられない。何の魔術も使わず、満足に打ち合ってもいないというのに、私の剣を測ったのですか、あなたは。
ほう、驚いたか。だが、こんなものは大道芸であろうよ。邪剣使いゆえ、このような技ばかり上手くなる。
なるほど。私の一撃をまともに受けず、ただ払うだけがあなたの戦いだった。邪剣使いとは、その逃げ腰から来た俗称ですか。
I mean, okay, she's trying to goad him in now. I don't think that's going to work, though, because, again, his alignment is evil neutral. So.
いやいや、まともに打ち合わぬ無礼は許せ。何しろこの長刀だ。打ち合えば折れるは必定。お主としては力勝負こそが基本なのだろうが、こちらはそうはいかぬ。その剣と組み合い、力を競い合うことはできん。
Because it would snap, because it's so long.
もとより、刀というものはそういうものだ。西洋の剣はその重さと力で物を叩き切る。だが、我らの刀は速さと技で物を断ち切るのだ。
It's a fair evaluation.
戦いが噛み合わぬのは道理であろう。まあしかし、これではいささか興がそがれる。もう良い頃合いだぞ、セイバー。いい加減手の内を隠すのはやめにしろ。
アサシ、私があなたに手加減しているとでも。
していないとでも言うのか。何のつもりかは知らんが、剣を鞘に収めたまま戦とは舐められたものだ。私程度では本気を出すまでもないということか。ほう、それでも応じないという顔だな。よかろう。ならばここまでだ。お前が出し惜しみをするのなら、先に我が秘剣をお見せしよう。
And with that, the swordsman with the long katana drifts down next to Saber. For an assassin to give up his advantageous position is as good as inviting defeat. He may be a superb swordsman, but it was the landscape of their battleground that gave him the advantage. Or so she thought. If the two are to fight on level ground, Saber should have no trouble repelling Assassin's attacks and taking his head then and there. Assassin should know this as well. So why?
出なければ死ぬぞ、セイバー。
Saber instinctively reacts to the smoothness in his voice, for he is speaking the truth. Assassin descending the steps was not to put her in an advantageous position. Her intuition, which has enabled her to triumph in so many battles, warns her of her mistake. She readies her invincible sword. There's no room to hesitate. What matters is that she has to attack with her sword before Assassin swings his long katana. Roughly 3 meters separates the two. He readies himself. The stance he takes now is one he has not taken in the battle so far. Saber charges. The long katana is meaningless now. The moment she draws near Assassin, the katana will be a liability to him. And yet, such logic means little to a swordsman like him. Lightning strikes. Faster even than Saber's blade, the demonic blow strikes down in a single straight line. But it's not as if Saber cannot block such attack. She raises her sword to defend, repelling Assassin's attack. Even Assassin will be left open after an attack like that is turned aside. In that split-second interval, as Saber attempts to cut through Assassin's stomach. Swiftly trusting her instincts, Saber rolls down the stone steps. She rolls away as if she's fleeing. She makes no effort even to soften her landing. All Saber does is frantically hurl herself down the stairs, slowing for nothing. Saber stops rolling and gets to her feet. Above her on the stairs, she sees the swordsman standing at his ease. He raises his long katana high up. The motion is done as if to mimic the demonic sword's motions he demonstrated earlier to intimidate Saber.
複数の太刀筋で牢獄を作り上げる被験となった。
Saber cannot help but disagree with his matter-of-fact narrative. It's untrue. His technique is not as simple as he claims. Execute 2 attacks simultaneously. Impossible. The blade struck at exactly the same time. In that moment, there existed 2 separate katana.
奇襲はゼルレッジ。何の魔術も使わず、ただ剣技だけでホーグの域に達したサーバント。
It is most certainly to be admired. That single blow made that very clear. Sasaki Kojiro does not possess a noble phantasm as heroic spirits typically do. All he has is his magical sword and its sheer power, reaching the realm of the gods. What's astonishing is that this man, a mere human, has managed to stand on equal ground with a heroic spirit who possesses a noble phantasm.
だが足場が悪かったな。ツバメ返しの奇跡は本来3つ。もうわずかに広ければ横の一撃も加えられたのだが。
そうでしょうね。そうでなければ不完全です。全てが同時であるならミノたちはどうしても遅くなる。それを補うために横方向への離脱を阻む3の太刀があるはずだ。
いい飲み込みの速さだ。だからこそ我が被験をかわしたか。素晴らしいぞセイバー。 このような属性に呼び出された我が身を呪ったが、それも今宵まで生前では叶わなかった立ち合い、我が被験を存分に振る舞える殺し合いができるのならば、呼び出された甲斐があるというもの。
Assassin readies his sword again and descends the stone steps. He must be after Saber's head. Saber is not confident that she will be able to dodge the secret technique again. Like Lancer's Gay Bulg, Assassin's Swallow Reversal is a technique that one cannot allow the wielder to use. Except unlike Gay Bulg, which one can defend once they understand what it is and know that it will strike at the heart, there is no defense against Assassin's secret technique. It cannot be evaded, even when one knows what it is. If there is a defense, it lies in preventing him from using the attack. The only way to defeat him is to deliver a devastating blow before Assassin can unleash his secret technique.
なるほど。確かに手加減など許される相手ではなかったようだ。
She lowers both her hands. Saber drops the tip of her invisible sword as if driving it into the ground and glares up at Assassin as he approaches.
ほう、そうか。ようやくその気になったか、セイバー。
Assassin stops descending the steps and readies his secret technique once more. Saber looks at him bravely.
不満がないのはこちらも同じだ。我が一撃受け切れるか、アサシンのサーバント。
Saber releases her own restraints. The air trembles. As if responding to her will, her sword releases a torrential gust of wind. Assassin retreats several steps. The gale force winds released from Saber's sword are extraordinary. Even the thick trees on the either side of the temple gates creak and groan. So strong is the wind, it all but explodes outward from her blade. The atmosphere sealed within is released and roars outward in all directions. Saber's sword releases a gust of wind that could easily carry off a human being. This is her blade's power. The invisible air is, as the name implies, a sword that has sealed up wind. The sword, sheathed in compressed wind, reflects and refracts light and gives it the appearance of being invisible. This is what happens when the wind is released. The released air seeks to escape and dissipates into the surroundings in chaotic gusts. During that time, her sword's commanding magecraft allows her to freely manipulate the raging wind. As Saber possesses incredible amounts of magical energy, she should be able to maintain the bounded field for a few minutes. The truth of this is made apparent by the fact that her sword, even after releasing so much energy, remains invisible. The howling winds do not die down. The unleashed winds are about to engulf Assassin. Assassin closes in, despite the raging, blinding wind. Saber's arms move. The wind-infused blade roars, readying itself to intercept Assassin, who advances calmly, slowly in spite of the gale-force winds, strong enough to prevent most people from even approaching. Do I get a cutscene? Damn it. What the hell is that? When I reach Ryudo Temple, I'm greeted by the sound of air rushing at me like a typhoon. It must be Saber over there. At the top of the stairs in front of the temple gates, I see an armored figure who must be Saber fighting someone wearing a kimono. The wind swirls around Saber and the surrounding trees creak under the gale force intensity. Damn, I don't think I can get close. The wind is so intense I can't even keep my eyes open. I head down, I manage to fight my way closer to the stairs, but the wind only gets stronger. At this rate, I can't get closer to Saber. Far ahead, I can see Saber's fighting someone, but I can't do anything. No, even if I manage to get closer to Saber in this wind, I'll only hold her back. Ugh. My left hand hurts again. The command spells engraved on the back of my hand tingle. I don't know what that means. But every time my hand tingles, I can't help but remember that scene. Damn it, screw this! I close my eyes and stretch my hand towards the stairs. I get down on my hands and knees, hoping to avoid being blown off my feet, and begin crawling up the stairs. The wind intensifies. Even a novice mage like me can tell incredible amounts of magical energy are raging above me. My command spells tingle. The roar of the wind warns me something is happening up above. Wait, could this be Saber's magical energy? If it is, why would she be doing something so reckless in her state? No. Should she even be doing something like that? Saber can't recover magical energy. She shouldn't be wasting it like this. I need to step in and handle the fighting and have Saber support me instead, or else she might run out of magical energy. I stand up and start running up the stairs. Now's not the time to be crawling. I don't know what Saber has in mind, but I have to stop her. Huh? As I try to dash to the temple gates, something like a dagger flies right by me. I don't know what miracle let me dodge it. Who's there? I turn to look away from the stairs into the trees. There's no doubt about it. I didn't notice it in all this torrential wind, but there's somebody hiding nearby. You coward, quit hiding and come out! I shout for whoever's hiding in the tree line. The strong wind should have drowned my voice out. To my surprise, my voice echoes up the stairs. The wind died down? I look up towards the temple gates. There. I see a man in a kimono wielding a longsword and Saber's back.
そこまでにしておけ、セイバー。その被験、 盗み見ようとする輩がいる。
The man in the kimono smiles as he speaks. Like me, he's staring out at the forest.
このまま続ければ我らだけの勝負にはなるまい。生き残った者にそこに潜んだ恥知らずが襲いかかるか、それともお前の被験を盗み見るだけが目的なのか。どちらにせよあまり気乗りのする話ではないな。
The man turns to climb the stairs, seeming totally disinterested.
待て、決着をつけないつもりか、アサシン。
お前がこの山門を越えるというのであらば決着はつけよう。何者であれこの門をくぐることは私が許さん。だがあいにくと私の役目はそれだけでな。
Gatekeeper.
帰るというのであらば止める気はない。まあそこに隠れているたわけは別だが、気に入らぬ相手であれば死んでも倒産し生きても返さん。
Assassin continues up the stairs.
踊らされたな、セイバー。だがもう一人の気配に気がつかなかった私も同じだ。あのままでおけば被験のすべてを味わえたであろうが、良いところで邪魔が入った。
Saber hangs her head in regret. Her intent to kill fades. Not because of Assassin's word, but because Saber must have realized that keeping up this fight would leave her at a disadvantage.
そら、迎えも来ている。そこにいる小僧はお前のマスターであろう。盗み見をするたわけが、その小僧に標的を変える前に立ち去るがいい。
And just like that, Assassin disappears. It must be his way of telling us that he won't attack unless we keep going. Saber says nothing. She just stands there silently, her back to me. Hey, Saber? Even when I call to her, she doesn't answer. Huh? It seems strange, so I begin climbing the steps. What? Saber's armor vanishes. Defenseless and in her simple blue clothing, she sways on the spot without turning around. Ah! I catch Saber in my arms as she falls backwards down the stairs. She doesn't move a muscle. She's unconscious. Eyes shut in pain. We finally get home. It took me 2 hours to carry Saber back from Ryudo Temple. I was worried the whole return trip, but we managed to get back safely. I lay Saber down in the hallway. Saber was really light. She probably only weighs about 40 kilos, so it shouldn't have tired me out so much. Or it wouldn't have if she'd been still. I had no idea that carrying a sleeping person, even a girl, could be so much work. The fatigue is more mental than physical. I feel her soft skin when I picked her up, her quiet breathing on me. It was also distracting. Way to keep your mind on the ball. Alright, anyway. Why did she just faint like that? I look at Saber as she lays there sleeping. She's probably not completely unconscious. Even if she looks like she's out cold, she might open her eyes in the moment I call her name. Damn. There was so much I wanted to tell her when I left the house, but I can't say anything with her sleeping, looking like that. Fine, I'll give you an earful after you wake up, Saber. Even now, I keep my voice to a whisper. The moment I reach out to pick her up again.
まあいいけど、シローがどんな趣味してて何をしてるかなんて私には関係ないから。
For some reason, Tasaka is in the hallway watching even though it's after 2 in the morning. Tasaka!
何よ、お化けでも見たような顔しちゃって。別に文句はないから続けていいわよ。私は水飲みに起きただけだし。
Right, that's why you're still in your normal clothes. You've got it all wrong. This isn't what you think, really. I mean, it's a long story, but the short version is that I was trying to take Saber back to her room. Are you even listening to me?
ええ、まあそれなりに。
You're lying. You sound like you don't understand at all.
だから分かってるってば。セイバーが一人で戦いに行って、シローはそれを止めてきたんでしょ。で、何らかのトラブルがあってセイバーが気絶して戻ってきた。どう？これでいい？
Yeah, that's amazing. That's exactly what happened. But how did you know?
わかるわよ。セイバーが単独で戦いを仕掛ける可能性は高かったし、サーバントが戦いを始めればマスターにだって伝わるわ。だからこういう展開も十分予測範囲なわけ。
I see, I guess that's fine then. So Tasaka knew Saber would go out by herself.
で、どうするの？セイバーを部屋に連れて行くんじゃないの？ここに寝かしてたらいくらサーバントでも風邪ひくと思うけど。
Can they get sick? Well, yeah, that's why I was going to take her to her room. I tried to lift her up, but it's kind of awkward with Tasaka watching. Tasaka, would you mind carrying Saber?
私が？もういいけど。じゃあお茶でも入れてくれる？少し二人の話に興味があるから。
Tasaka picks up Saber. Her being so understanding has me a little worried, but since I asked her for a favor, I'd better go make some tea. Tasaka carries Saber off toward my room. Meanwhile, I work on preparing tea in the kitchen. She said tea, but I'm assuming she doesn't want green tea. But the only black tea I have is from tea bags. Well, if I don't have it, I don't have it. I tell myself she can complain all she wants and start pouring the hot water over the bag.
シロ、ちょっといい？
Tasaka comes back. Yeah, hold on a minute, I'll be right there. I put 2 cups in the tray and carry it out to the living room. And there... Ah! Sitting next to Tasaka is Saber in her normal clothes. Saber! Why, I thought you were asleep.
眠ってたわよ。けど、そういつまでも続く眠りじゃないし、ついさっき目が覚めたの。どうも、一気に膨大な魔力を使おうとして、体の方から一方的に機能を停止させられたみたいね。ほら、電気のブレーカーと同じよ。そのままじゃショートするから、強制的に電源を切るってやつ。
The funny thing is, like, Rin shouldn't know this information because she is electronically device challenged in all things. But for whatever reason, she's fine now. Saber is quiet as Tasaka explains. You. Seeing her back to her usual self, all the frustrations I had earlier come rushing back. Saber, do you have any idea what you tried to do?
わからないわけはないでしょう。私は竜道寺に赴き、アサシンのサーバントと戦いました。その折、私たちの戦いを監視していた第3のサーバントに気がつき、戦いを中断しましたが。
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I want to know why you went and fought.
またそれですか。サーバントが戦うのは当然のことです。シローこそ、マスターであるあなたがなぜ私に戦うなというのです。
Well, that I do understand there's no way around fighting since I've decided to participate in the Holy Grail War. And I know me telling Saber not to fight is me contradicting myself. But even so, I don't want to see something like that ever happen to her again.
私の方こそ聞きたい。シローは戦いを嫌っているようですが、そんなことで聖杯戦争に生き残る気があるのかと。あなたの方針に従っていては、他のマスターに倒されるだけではないのですか。
It's not like that. I'll fight off anything that might pose a risk to us. I certainly don't intend to just let myself be killed so easily. But aside from that, I just don't want Saber to fight. Wrong. It's not that I dislike fighting. I just, this is much simpler than that. You see, girls shouldn't get hurt. I'm a guy, so I can't let that happen. So I'm going to fight rather than let you fight. Which is, again, stupid, but he knows that.
私が女だから戦わせないだと。正気ですか、あなたは。サーバントはマスターを守るものです。私たちが傷つくのは当然であり、私たちはそのために呼び出されたものに過ぎない。サーバントに性別など関係ないし、そもそも無人である私を女扱いするつもりですか。
Technically both?
今の言葉は訂正してください、シロ。
Saber leans toward me, her eyes blazing with fury, as she should, honestly. But I won't let her change my mind. It's absurd for her to say she's a warrior before she's a woman. How could someone so frail, light enough for me to carry easily, go and behave so recklessly? No way in hell will I take back what I said. Sure, you might be strong, but you're still a girl. Don't get worked up over something so pointless, you fool. Oh my god. Okay, this is the sort of dumb shit that he goes into. And he's not mature enough to say it correctly, so he's just saying it wrong while trying to get his point across.
つまらないことにこだわっているのはあなたではないですか。まさか女性に守護されるのが嫌だとでも言うつもりですか。この身はすでに英霊、そのようなさまつごとなど忘れなさい。
It's not a trivial at all. Ugh. Even if you don't think it's important, I do. Besides, it was a mistake from the beginning to have someone else fight on my behalf. I can't allow someone to protect someone as helpless as me. I don't want someone to get hurt in my place. I'm the one who should be doing the saving. I've been working so hard to become the kind of person who can help people, just like my old man. Damn it, listen, just don't fight, Saber. I'll do the fighting. You shouldn't have a problem with that, since it'll be the fighting you want, Saber.
無茶を言う人ですね、あなたは。人間がサーバントと戦えると思っているのですか。シローでは戦いにすらならないと実感しているでしょう。ランサーに襲われた時を思い出してください。あの時、私が現れなければ間違いなくシローは殺されていた。それはどのようなサーバントが相手でも同じです。
You can't know that for sure unless we try. I just wasn't prepared. But now I can come up with tons of strategies. I might even be able to ambush one of them too. He's really just being a dumbass at this point. I think he's like exhausted, but like still. Like he's just like throwing out gibberish.
少子な。シローの立てた守りなど神も同然です。
What? I can't believe you'd say that, Saber. I can.
あなたこそサーバントを侮っている。人の身で英霊を打倒しようなどと何を思い上がっているのですか。
Ah! Saber and I glare at each other. Our conversation is going nowhere, and there's no sign of reaching any kind of compromise.
違うわ、セイバー。シローはサーバントを侮っているわけじゃない。そのあたりを誤解しちゃうと話が進まないから口を挟ませてもらうけど。
リン、それはどういうことですか。
ああ、要するにね、そいつ純粋にあなたが傷を負うのを嫌がってるのよ。どうしてか知らないけど、シローは献身と善意の塊だものね。自分のことよりセイバーの方が大切なんでしょ、あんたは。
Okay, Shiro, just fucking go with it, man. That's not true. I've never said Saber's important to me. Never said. That's the qualifier.
嘘嘘。そうでもなければ自分で戦うなんて言えないわ。だってあなた、自分じゃサーバントに勝てないって分かってるんでしょ。それでも戦うっていうのは自分よりセーバーのが大事ってことじゃない。
I mean, if she puts it like that, maybe, but...
だか から無茶でも戦う。勝てないって分かっていながら勝とうとする。その結果が自分の死でも構わない。なぜならあんたの中ではどうしてか知らないけど自分より他人の方が大切だからよ。
Well, I don't mean it to be like that.
そういうことよ。わかるでしょ、セイバー。あのバーサーカー相手にあなたをかばうようなバカなのよ、そいつ。だから本気で自分が戦うって言ってるの。
I don't know how much of Tasaka's words actually make it through to Saber. But Saber takes a deep breath and turns towards me.
シロ、
What, Saber?
あなたが戦うことは認めます。ですが、それならば私にも考えがある。
What is it?
剣の鍛錬です。シロの時間が許す限り、私はあなたに剣を教える。それを認めるのなら、私もシロの意見を認めますが。
What? Does that mean she's going to train me? Is this because she acknowledged my will to fight?
待った。それは心の贅肉よ、セイバー。シローに剣を教える？やめてよ。そんな気休めでサーバントに太刀打ちできるわけないじゃない。
それは当然です。ですが知らないよりはマシでしょう。少なくとも戦闘時の迷いは薄れます。あとはシロー本人の決意にかけるだけですが、実践とは得てしてそういうものではないですか。向かない者には何を教えても身につくことなどありません。
まあ言われてみればそっか。
It also gives her an excuse to beat his ass with a katana or like a shinai, so it's all good.
殴り合う覚悟ってのは一度殴り合ってみないと一生つかないものね。
はい。ですから一度、いえ、一度と言わず時間の許す限り、シローには戦闘の結果としての死を体験させ、戦いに慣れてもらわなければ。
The two of them are talking pretty casually about some scary stuff. Hold on a minute, I never agreed to any...
じゃあ私は魔術講座にしとく。
Good point. Do that.
セイバーが体を鍛えるんなら私は知識を育てるわね。まあ初めからそういう約束だったし、明日から本格的に鍛え直してやりますか。
お願いします。リンがそうしてくれるなら、私も剣のみに集中できる。
いいっていいって。じゃあ話も決まったことだし解散しましょう。明日はいろいろと忙しそうだから。
What about school? Tasaka waves goodbye and disappears into the outbuilding.
私も休みます。シローも休憩を取ってください。明日は道場で汗を流してもらいますから。
Oh my. She gives a short bow and goes back to her room. All that remains in the living room is 2 cups of untouched tea and 1 dumbfounded boy. Again, he had the right idea, just went stupid mode at the wrong moment. I never agreed to this. My words go unheard. Anyway, what was already a confusing situation has grown a hell of a lot more complicated. I can't even begin to imagine what will happen today. Going to sleep. I should at least save my energy. Everything starts with the body. Well, yeah. The only thing I can do is cling to my fragile hope that as long as my body is strong enough, I'll be able to endure whatever torture they might throw at me. Yesu. Criminelli. February 6th. Sword and Magic 1.
できれば誰も悲しまない方がいい。自分程度の力添えで周りが幸せなら、それはこの上なく住みやすい世界だと思うんだ。
That was always Kiritsugu's favorite saying. The man who I saw as champion of justice was saying he thought he was a failure, that he wasn't good enough. He didn't need to explain it to me. The worlds the young me and the grown-up Kiritsugu lived were too different, and so the standards for being a hero of justice were different too. When I was young, this house was my entire world. So my old man, Fujine, myself, and my favorite Chev were the only things I needed protecting. All I thought I had to protect was what I could see around me. But Kiritsugu wanted to do something for those he couldn't see or reach.
若い頃は向こうに捨てね、世の非情を呪うことで自らを育んでいた。世界が非情ならば、それ以上に非情になることを武器にして自分の理想を貫こうとしたんだよ。
There will always be those that can't be saved. You can't just save everything. If in the process of trying to save 1,000 you overlook 500, then I will abandon 100 to save 900. I'm sorry, what? What is this math? If in the process of trying to save 1,000 you overlook 500, then I will abandon 100 to save 900. Okay, so he's just talking about, like, if I could save 900 instead of saving 1,000, but at the cost of 500, fine. Again, the math is really bad here, but fine. We're just going to go with that. That was the most efficient way. That is the deal, Kiritsugu once told me. Of course, I got mad hearing that. It really ticked me off. Because I didn't have to be told that since I already knew that. Because I knew firsthand that it was the very ideal that led me to being saved. I didn't need to be reminded about something so obvious. But I still believe that Hero of Justice could save everyone, despite those limitations. Because that's what a Hero of Justice was. Someone who could still perform miracles, no matter how idealistic or unattainable they may be.
そうだね、シロ。結果は一番大事だ。けどそれとは別に、そうであろうとする心が。
What Kiritsugu did say about what did Kiritsugu say about the heart again? I don't remember. It's not often I reminisce about something from so long ago. I must be in a deep sleep. Otherwise I wouldn't be dreaming in the first place.
シロ、起きてください。そろそろ朝食ではないですか？
See? Saber is waking me up. It's pathetic. What? I bolt upright and out of my futon. It's 6:30 in the morning. Fresh sunlight pours in from outside.
シロ、朝です。朝食の支度はいいのですか？
Saber is staring right at me. I overslept. Sorry, I'll get up right away.
私に謝る必要はないと思いますが、ゆっくりしている余裕がないのは事実です。先ほど、さくらとリンが揉めていたようですから。
Uh-oh. Sakura and Chisaka are arguing? What's going on? Hold on. Don't throw me into a situation I don't understand just as I'm waking up. Is that happening in Chisaka's room?
いえ、今です。私も通りかかっただけですから、詳しくは知りませんが。
Got it. I'll head there now. Oh, but there's something I forgot to do.
何でしょうか、シロ。
Good morning, Saber. Thanks for waking me up. I greet her and then I head out into the hallway. But seriously, what the hell did Tasaka do to start an argument with Sakura? Tasaka! In the living room. There's no sign of Sakura. Tasaka is alone, casually watching the weather forecast on TV. She turns around as if to ask if something had happened. Huh? That's weird. It doesn't look like she's fighting with Sakura at all. Morning? Hey, Tasaka, I heard you and Sakura were arguing. Is that true? Ah, that would do it. She's so casual about basically banning Sakura from the house. That's ridiculous. Sakura already said no to staying away from this house, so there's no way she would agree even if we asked again. You did what? Why would she do something like that without telling me? Actually, I shouldn't yell at her for it. Tasaka's just done something I should have. You're right. I'm sorry for making you be the bad guy so early in the morning. You must feel terrible, Tasaka. Because weren't you and Sakura friends? Telling Sakura to leave not once but twice doesn't sound like a fun job. That's why I feel bad. I'm the one who should take charge, but I made you do the dirty work again. Huh? What do you mean for your own safety? Ah, I get it. She makes a good point. Shinji said he doesn't tell Sakura anything. I don't think he was lying. But if he finds out his little sister comes here so often, he may get the wrong idea. You're right. It could look to Shinji like we're taking Sakura hostage. Yeah, you're right. I feel bad for Sakura, but I'll just have to apologize and ask her forgiveness later. Though I won't be able to explain myself even when the time comes. It is really getting to me. I feel really bad about turning Sakura away like this, even if it's temporary. She's been so unselfish about helping me for all this time. The answer is yes, yes I am. Oh. Tasaka grins maliciously. Oh crap. I've known she'd tease me whenever I show vulnerability, but I went and did it again. Leave me alone. Sakura was the symbol of peace at our house. She offset whatever Fujine and I were lacking. So of course I'm down about us sending her away for our own selfish reasons. Huh? What are you trying to say? Uh-huh. She got me there. Tasaka smiles in her very biggest smile. When she puts it like that, I really have no choice but to agree. Damn, I don't know what to say. What she said there confirms that she's both mean-spirited and ridiculously awesome at the same time.
じゃあしばらくさくらちゃんは来ないの？
Honestly, I don't want you coming here either, but that's a different story. Yeah, that's what's going on. Why don't you do your parents a favor and go home once in a while for a change? Gramps was complaining about his daughter neglecting him.
お父さんなんかほっといてもいいの。私がいなくたって死にゃしないんだから。それにね、さくらちゃんがいないんなら余計私がしっかりしなくちゃダメじゃない。シロだって男の子だもん。万が一があったら懲戒免職よ。そうなったら責任取ってくれる？シロ。
That'll never happen. Sadly, since I'm a man, I can't really confidently deny that.
エミヤ君、何かしらね、今の止めは。
She glares. Tasaka's eye bore into me from one side. I don't think anything would happen. Tasaka's not staying here for fun. You know. I sure know that.
そう。よかった。やっぱりエミヤ君は信用できますね、先生。
当然です。シロは私でもちょっと趣味に走りすぎたかっていうぐらい落ち着いてるんだから。
Saber continues to eat in silence as she observes the two interacting. It's been 2 days, but I don't think I'll ever get used to this.
あ、そうそうシロ。弓道部のことなんだけどね。三辻さんが怪我したっていう話知ってる？
I'm sorry, what? Mitsuzuri? Did you pick a fight with someone in another club again? Oh, she really needs to calm down. She's going to be a third year soon. So how's she doing? Is she hurt bad?
それは大丈夫。軽い捻挫だって。学校の帰り道に怪しい奴に襲われたそうよ。あの子って俊足でしょ。スパーッと勢いよく逃げたんだけど、最後に転んで怪我したみたい。
I see. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but honestly, whoever tried to attack her is either a real daredevil or they're just reckless. Either way, they were a fool. I just thought...
てっきり逃げたんじゃなくてノックアウトしたって思ったんでしょ。
Fujine grins. Yep, she sure knows Ayako Mitsuzuri well. Yeah, it's rare for Mitsuzuri to run away. But I guess she's not so tough against thieves. I suppose things worked out for the best. Something like that will probably teach her a thing or two about being feminine. Again, you have to remember, this came out in the 90s. And I'm not saying that's an excuse, but he needs to really stop saying this shit. I munch on my rice, nodding approvingly.
ねえねえ、エミヤ君。
Especially since literally the antithesis of his whole fucking thought pattern is right there.
ねえねえ、エミヤ君。
Suddenly, Rin Tasaka slaps my shoulder, smiling at me.
私からもちょっと耳寄りな話してあげよっか。
Please, 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 please. Huh? What? I doubt it'll be more interesting than what I just heard.
うん。今まで黙ってたけどね。私と綾子って仲良しなの。休みの日は二人で遊びに行くぐらいの仲って知ってた？
Wait. Why are she and Mitsuzuri friends? Come again?
今の話、一言一句間違えずに伝えてあげるから安心して。エミヤ君も喜んでたって言ったら、綾子ったらそりゃあもう瓦10枚はぶち抜くぐらいに喜ぶん
Good.
じゃないか
Get
な。
him. Get his ass. I would like to amend my statement. See, it was just a figure of speech. It's not something I'd be proud of if people heard. So I would really appreciate it if you kept it to yourself.
そうなの？なら黙っていてもいいけど、それなりの条件がないときついかな。ほら、
I can't believe this. Sure, you sound sincere, but I'm not buying it.
あら、ごめんなさい。別に楽しいわけじゃないから誤解しないでね。
Yeah, there's no misunderstanding here. She's enjoying this. Got it. I'll start making Western-style breakfast from now on. You said it earlier, you mentioned that breakfast should have bread.
上出来ね。マーマレードだけじゃなくて、いちごのジャムも忘れないでくれると嬉しいわ。
I don't know what you have against Japanese breakfast, you foreigner wannabe. I can't believe you would so radically change our breakfast just to suit your needs, you tyrant.
いいえ、それは違います。朝食がパンになるのは私も嬉しい。加えて半熟の卵を用意していただければ文句はないのですが。
Fuck. Saber jumps right into the discussion. Is that so? Fine. You all just want Western-style food, damn it. Sakura makes a Western-style breakfast one time and it goes right into your heads. Fine then, I'll serve bread for tomorrow, so no more complaints, right? So what was said here stays here. Don't you dare blab about this to Mitsuzuri. I huff and shove rice into my mouth without looking at either of them. And then...
なんでそんな無駄なことするのかな。
Fujine, who had been watching our conversation with a look of wonderment, finally speaks up. What? What do you mean pointless?
だって東坂さんが話さなくても私が三辻さんに話しちゃうじゃん。こんな面白い話黙ってられないよ私。
Banned. Fujine shakes her head disapprovingly as she eats. Actually, I need to think of a way to deal with her, or I'm really in trouble. Breakfast ends and it's 7:30. Fujine surprisingly stays back and suggests that the three of us walk to school. But we can't do that. I made a decision last night. Now that I've said I won't rely on Saber, I can't afford to take it easy anymore. No, don't worry about locking up. I'm not going to school today. I wave Fujine and Tasaka off. Fujine freezes, stupefied for just a few seconds.
ちょっと、学校を休むってどういうことよ。
Tasaka beat Fujine to the chase.
そうよシロ。学校休むってシロどこも悪くないでしょ。
No, but my scar hurts. You know how scars hurt when the weather changes? It's like that.
それ嘘でしょシロ。
Yeah, but let me off the hook just for today, Fujine. It's not that I don't like school. There's something I have to do. It's just more important right now, so let me go.
もうそんな言い方されたら私の負けじゃない。シロが事情を話さない時っていつもそうなんだもん。昔っからそうだよね。
Yeah. Fujine is complaining, but at least she understands. So there it is. I'll leave the school to you, Tasaka.
そう。まあ、エミヤくんがいようがいなかろうが、こっちには支障はないし。確かに悪くない選択よ、それ。
Yeah. Leave the house to me, and I'm not going to work for a while either. So I won't be leaving the house much.
わかった。それじゃあ行ってくるね、シロ。怪我で学校を休むんだから、あんまり外に出ちゃダメよ。
それじゃあね。今回はいいけど、次からは事前に相談してよね、こういうことは。
Off to the dojo to get my ass beat. Oh, sorry. I should probably clean the floors. I told Saber to meet me here a little later. I always just do the bare minimum of cleaning in here. It's been years since I sparred with anyone in this place. It'd probably be rude to both the dojo and Saber if I don't clean up a little. But honestly, I don't know what she's going to do with her for sword training. I sparred using Shinai with Kiritsugu. I've been talking for 4 hours. I'm starting to lose it. With Kiritsugu many times, but Kiritsugu and I never really cared about proper form. It was more like a couple of amateurs beating each other up. I never really had any plans to practice kendo seriously, and I was really only taught how to fight opponents wielding a sword. I was never keen on using tools in a fight. My interest was always making and fixing them. In that sense, this might be the first time for me to learn proper swordsmanship in any serious sense. Saber's swordsmanship is different than kendo, but I'm sure there are some things in common, and I don't think they're so different that I won't be able to keep up. I hear the door open. Saber arrives precisely on time. That works out well since I've just finished cleaning. Sorry I made you wait. I was just thinking of having you teach me here.
どうかしましたかしろ。何か意外なものを見るような顔をしていますが。
Oh, it's nothing. I was just surprised that you're still in the same clothes. I thought you were going to wear your other outfit. We're training with swords, so I immediately thought of Saber in her armor, since that's what she's always wearing when she's fighting.
はあ、武装している方がいいというのでしたら着替えますが。そうですね。私がどうかしていました。
She doesn't really need it to be fair, but he still doesn't understand the scope.
たとえ試合とはいえ、鎧をまとわないのはシロに失礼です。申し訳ありません。すぐに着替えてきます。
Oh, that's not what I mean. I just misunderstood. It's fine. I actually prefer you in this outfit to your armor.
ですが、この服装ではシロの気が済まないのではないのですか?
Unsatisfactory? I mean, you don't look like you're dressed for a bout right now, but it shouldn't matter as long as you're comfortable. Wearing armor all day will just tire you out.
それはそうですが、この服装で剣を振るうのはおかしくはないでしょうか?
Why would you think that? It's not weird. You look good. I think you look better right now than you do in your armor.
理解しかねます。この服装は確かに気軽なのですが、戦闘には耐えられないでしょう。セーバーとしては不向きな姿だと思うのですが。
Don't you dare wear that outfit in a fight, dummy. You're a girl, Saber. Girls should look good in outfits like this, so this is fine. He really, really, really needs to stop saying these stupid things. And I know this is just like an old translation thing. Japanese culture is different. It was the 90s, all that sort of shit, but it really needs to stop. You're a girl! Be more girly! It's just like, stop! And then she beats my ass. Honestly, that's what I want her to just like knock him over the head. I returned the rag I'd been cleaning into the bucket, and I bring back two Shinai that had been leaning against the wall. So what are you playing for training, Saber? I'm leaving everything to you to decide, so tell me anything, no matter how absurd it might be. I toss her the bamboo sword. Saber seems distracted as she catches the Shinai and stares at me quietly. Huh? Is there a problem with bamboo swords? Don't tell me you want to use wooden or even real blades. She's really a tough instructor. This is beyond anything I'd imagined.
いえ、そのようなことはありません。せっかく優れた試合用の模造刀があるのですから、こちらを使うことにしましょう。
Saber draws in a deep breath and goes right back to being the normal Saber as I know her. That's a relief. It'd be too noisy to spar with wooden swords. So what are we going to do? Are you going to make me strengthen my body by swinging the sword 500 times or run laps?
その必要はないでしょう。私から見ても、シロの運動能力は水準に達しています。これ以上肉体面を鍛えるのであれば、それは1日や2日でできることではありません。
So what is the plan?
シローは魔術師としては未熟ですが、戦士としては悲観したものではないと思います。幼い頃からよほど懸命に鍛えてきたのですね。
Oh, well, that's all I was really good at. I don't have any, I don't have to be talented in Magecraft to work out physically.
それが幸いしたのでしょう。ランサーに襲われて死に至らなかったのはシローのそういう努力の賜物ですから。ですがそれは武器になるほどのものではありません。人間には限界がある。シローの体はその限界の域には程遠いし、突破することも難しいでしょう。ですから私が教えることはただ戦うことだけです。
How is that any different? Yeah, I know what she's trying to say, because allow me to explain this for people who may not understand. If you watch things like competitive sports, right? So boxing, karate, anything that gets judged or anything like that, technique and following the rules of those engagements is the most important thing. However, in a real fight, there are no restrictions. Anything goes. They could bite you, they could scratch you, throw dirt at you, shoot you, stab you, whatever they want with whatever they want at any time. So, the whole fight thing is completely different than what may be shown to you as a fight. And if you've never been involved in an altercation of such, where your life is on the line, you may not understand those things. Like, a fist fight's just a fist fight. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be life-threatening. Which is why nobody blinks an eye at a bar brawl. But when weapons get involved, that's where things change a little bit. And honestly, the best advice I was ever given in those situations is, no matter what happens, just keep fighting. Because if you're going to die, you're going to die, but you might as well take something with you while you're going. It's like, don't make it easy. What do you mean? Just fight? Based on your tone, it doesn't sound like you'll teach me how to fight.
当然です。一朝一夕で戦闘技術など身につくはずがないでしょう。私にできることはマスターに1回でも多く戦いを味わってもらうことだけです。そもそも人に物を教えることは苦手なのですから、私に指示されても困ります。
Hello? Having her sound so proud about that makes it a bit awkward for me as her student. So we're just going to have a bunch of matches?
ええ。ただそれだけです、マスター。
Okay, so I believe what she's going to do here, and it's going to hurt him a lot if she follows through. But her goal is to put him in a situation where he knows, like, his life is on the line. And she's going to hold back at just enough power to where he's not going to die, but he needs to experience like he is going to die. That way he learns from that mistake.
寸止めはなし。お互い相手を殺すつもりで打ち合いましょう。そうですね。1時間もすればどういうことなのか理解してもらえると思います。
Saber readies herself, gently gripping her shinai. Huh? I tilt my head, wondering what she means, but I also grip my shinai as Saber does. In that instant, dead. My vision goes black. Perfect. Saber is teaching me one very simple lesson. No matter what I do, no matter what strategy I come up with, none of it will change the outcome of a fight against someone I just don't have a chance of beating. Ouch, that hurt. It's definitely broken.
折れているのならもっとたくましい腕になっています。重度の打ち身です シローならじきに回復するでしょ
Okay, then let's keep going.
う。まだ続けるのですか、シロー。
Yes, that's the whole point.
確かに内身ではありますが、すぐに動いていいものではありません。
Says the person who didn't hesitate to charge at my arm. Fine, if you don't like it, I'll use this opportunity. I got her. Nope, obviously.
人の話を聞いてください。明らかにシローは疲労しています。そんな体ではせっかくの修練も無駄になるのですから、休憩を入れるべきです。
But it's disgraceful for you to beat me so badly when you're obviously taking it easy on me. If I can't even get to you so much as get you to raise so much as an eyebrow, I'll be too frustrated to even collapse.
驚くというのでしたら、もう十分驚いています。強情だとは思っていましたが、まさかこれほどとは思っていなかった。
Well, sorry about that. I hate losing.
ええ、それは嫌というほど思い知りましたので結構です。ともかく休憩にしますから、シローも市内を置いてください。
Do it again. Try to hit her one more time. Not that I actually want him to hit her, but like I want her to beat his ass.
床も汗で滑りやすくなっている。極限状態での模擬戦でもなし、疲労困憊して足場も不確かなどという状態では意味がありません。
Why not? I thought combat training was supposed to simulate worst case scenarios. If not,
それこそ無意味です。いいですか、シロー。あなたがサーバントと戦うというのでしたら、体力は万全、足場は完全、逃走経路は確保済みという状況以外での戦闘は無意味です。あなたは全てが充実した状態でなければサーバントと戦いにさえならない。最悪の状態で戦うという時点であなたは選択を間違えているのです。
so what you're saying is that I shouldn't even bother trying to fight in situations like this.
そういうことです。そうなってはどのような奇跡もシローを救いはしないでしょう。あなたの戦いはまず自身を万全にし、的確な状況を模索することから始まるのです。
Got it. Then I'd like to take a break. I slump against the wall and slowly slide down to the floor. Phew. I exhale. Air should be what I feel coming in my lungs, but instead there's only heat. Ouch. While my body's throbbing in pain, I glance towards the clock on the wall. It's a little past 11 o'clock. We started around 9, so I've been sparring for about 2 hours. During the first hour, I was just getting beaten up. Saber struck suddenly and I blacked out. I woke up thinking I would be more careful, and then just got knocked right back out. After getting beaten up repeatedly, my body seems to get used to it. Or maybe my anger just triggered some latent power, but eventually I did manage to block the first blow. The problem came after that. Here's a thought. Would humans dare to, or even be able to fight back against an opponent who is so much stronger and more skilled? You Oni? The answer was no, because I blacked out the instant I flinched. After that, it was just a repeated show of a cat cornering a rat. If no matter how I tried to block the attack, I was just going to fall, mortally wounded, then I had no choice but to attack in desperation. Precisely the point. It's like, if you're going to lose, you might as well just keep going until there's no other option. Because, like, if your life's on the line, you might as well just go for whatever you can get. Of course, she deflected my attacks easily and knocked me out, but as I got used to it, I started getting enough time and awareness to intuit that the next attack would kill me. So I had just enough time to think to myself, oh crap. I guess in a general sense, I was getting into the swing of things. So after that, I went on the defensive. My intuition kept screaming that the next attack would knock me out, so I tried to avoid it, like any living thing would. I managed to parry Saber's Shinai attacks as they rained down upon me, and while I waited for an opening to counterattack, she struck a fatal blow. I managed to stand up and think that next time I'd last longer, then think maybe I should go on the offensive before she could strike, since I couldn't hold out anyway. And that went on for about 2 hours. I'm not sure this is going to make me any stronger, but I do think it's helping me get used to fighting. Practice so I'm neither confused nor too calm in the face of the enemy. All I'm doing is teaching myself that I'm a single mistake away from death, which is a proper training method. It's just like, you make one fucked up move, you're done. But if you ask me, if I thought it was meaningless, I'd say no. With no effective weapon to use, the feeling of constantly being on edge is the most important thing to have.
お疲れ様でした。どこか痛むところはありますか、シロ。
He's hurt everywhere. The next thing I know, Saber is right next to me. I'm so exhausted, I'm dripping with sweat all over the floor. Saber isn't even breathing hard. It'd be hard to find anywhere that doesn't hurt at this point. You really didn't hold back, Saber. It actually felt extraordinary having you just come at me without even having a chance of defending myself. I have to admit, I'm saying that entirely because I'm a sore loser.
はい。シロに合わせて加減はしましたが、容赦はしないよう心がけました。手心を加えては戦いにはなりませんから。
Yeah, thanks to this training, I think I can calmly deal with the Doberman running at me and its leash off. Then again, I wouldn't be good enough yet. Wouldn't be good enough yet if it's just a Doberman, so I'll still need more training. I'm in a moment of honest reflection. I've always thought I trained myself more than the average person, but now I'm ashamed for throwing in the towel just after 2 hours of sparring with Saber.
いいえ、そのようなことはありません。シロの打ち込みは一心で力がありました。時にあまりの熱心さに対応を忘れたほどです。
Which just meant she was holding back again. Oh? I'm suddenly embarrassed again. For a while, we'd just been two people sparring with our Shinai and no thought of being given to being a man and a woman, but now she's caught me off guard. Hold on, I'm going to go drink some water.
水ですか？それでしたら私が汲んできますから、シロは休んでいてください。
Saber goes to get some water. Phew, that was a close one. Huh? Close. What was so close? I drink the water Saber brings me. It must still be break time, as Saber's sitting formally in a kneeling position. Saber is so beautiful when she does that kind of thing. I'm not saying that as a man finding a woman attractive, but because I find her beautiful as a human being. It's still strange to think that she is a Saber, a servant, and someone dedicated to fighting. Right now, there's only me and Saber. This might be a good opportunity for me to strike up a conversation, so I'll ask. All right. This is as good a point as ever to call it here, because Hi, Slush. Hello. You doing all right? I can take some time. I'm just I get to like the 4 or 5 hour mark of just non-stop reading, and I'm just like, I need a break. And this, like, we are not even into the meat of this game yet. And this is just one storyline. We have so much more to cover. It's not even, like, it's wild. It's wild how much reading I'm going to have to do. No. We're not letting that one roll. Finally off work? No, that's fair. Oh, man. But anyway, yes, like always, this will be on the YouTube channel. If you are watching on the YouTube channel and happen to be watching, if you'd subscribe and comment, like, and all that fun stuff, that'd be cool. That'd be pretty sick. Oh, man, we are just, like, we are so... Like, we're in the critical point where, like, things are going to start to kick off. But you can already tell from, like, the start of this game, they're going to go through every single detail of every single day, every single time. And as of right now, there are still 7 servants in play. And this, like, the whole quest line to get the Holy Grail doesn't end until 6 other people go down in some way. So the fact that we haven't gotten one at this point after this many streams is kind of, how do I want to say this? Not disheartening, but, like, rough. Definitely rough. Now, in the same tone of things, the story is a lot more in-depth than the anime or anything else like that, or the games or all that sort of stuff, because they basically cut to the meat and bones of the situation, and they're just like, all right, here's the basics, here's what you need to know, here's what's going on, move on to the next plot point. Which is fine. I'm okay with that. I actually think it's perfectly paced like that. But at the same time, I do want to know the visual novel and its source material to the T. And that means we have to hit every single bad, good, alternate ending, funny ending, whatever there might be, just because. So we're working our way through there. We're getting plenty of days down. We're getting like 2 or 3 days at a time. It's just taking a while. And as far as, like, I don't know as an outside observer, but, like, I can feel like we're talking around in circles a lot about some very niche things that should have already been resolved like day 1, frame 1. But when they have to repeat things for characters who don't know what's going on, I understand. We don't need the whole conversation. It could have just literally been, and I explained the situation, and then just cut to the end of it and be like, oh, I understand now. But, like, they don't want to do that. They want to be very detailed. I get it. But this will be definitely something I review later on once we get past all the endings and all the bad and good and all that sort of stuff. But we're pretty hard set into the Fate route, and that's fine. We'll have to go back at some point and hit Heaven's Feel and what was the other one? I literally saw it the other day. Unlimited Blade Works, that was the one. Again, I'm getting tired, so that's sort of draining me a little bit too. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate you. Exclamation mark socials. Join the social if you haven't already. I do greatly appreciate it. If you're checking out the VOD or anything, by all means, it's fine. And, yeah, we'll probably continue this on tomorrow, unless there's something else that comes up. There may come a point where I take a break from the visual novel just so I can play some other things. Nothing in the works yet. There is Dead by Daylight. They did extend the 2v8, but like I don't know if I'm going to jump back into that or not. I was pretty set on stopping that when they first ended it, but if they make it a permanent feature at some point, great. So, but there's no rush for me to jump back into that. They're going to come up with a new chapter by the end of the month. And I am going into my 2-week vacation starting next week. So I'll have plenty of time to finish up everything here, hopefully. And then we can move on to other things. Not that I'm trying to rush this in any way. I'm perfectly happy that it's taking a long while. I'm having a good time. I do enjoy the story. I do enjoy the storytelling. Obviously, I love Fate. Because I'm just like that. But yes. Hopefully by the end of this, you're all Fate experts of your own, and you can dive into like Apocrypha or any of the other Fate series. Wouldn't that be fun? Now you could be just as in-depth and fucking crazed as I am when I talk about silly things like every single hero and every possible scenario that they could be involved in. Honestly, I'll have to look at the other Fate games too. Not like there is like the gotcha one and everything else like that, but I think I'm gonna like ignore that one just because it's too much. There's just too much. Anyway, take care, everybody. Have a good night. I will see y'all next time. Bye.